Dionysus. 95 languages. Dionysus Bacchus. God of wine, vegetation, fertility, festivity, ritual madness, religious ecstasy, and theatre. Member of the 12 Olympians. 2nd century Roman statue of Dionysus, after a Hellenistic model, Excol. Cardinal Richelieu, Louvre. 1. Abode Mount Olympus. Animals: bull, panther, tiger or lion, goat, snake, leopard. Symbol: thyrsus, grapevine, ivy, theatrical masks, phallus. Festivals: Bacchanalia, Roman, Dionysia. Genealogy. Parents: Zeus and Semele. Zeus and Persephone, Orphic, 2. Silnus, foster parent. Siblings: several paternal half-siblings. Consort: Ariadne. Children: Priapus, Hymen, Thais, Staphylos, Enopion, Camus, Phthonus, the Graces, Dianira. Equivalents. Roman Bacchus, Liber. Egyptian Osiris. Not to be confused with Dionysius. Several terms redirect here. For other uses, see Dionysos, disambiguation, Bacchus, disambiguation, and Bacchus, disambiguation. In ancient Greek religion and myth, Dionysius /the.nass/ Ancient Greek, Dionysos, is the god of winemaking, orchards and fruit, vegetation. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Fertility, festivity, insanity, ritual madness, religious ecstasy, and theatre. 3. 4. He was also known as Bacchus. /b Latin letter AKS /BKS Ancient Greek, Bacchus, by the Greeks, a name later adopted by the Romans, for a frenzy he is said to induce called Bacchiat. 5. As Dionysius Eleutherus, the liberator, his wine, music, and ecstatic dance free his followers from self-conscious fear and care, and subvert the oppressive restraints of the powerful. 6. His thyrsus, a fennel stem scepter, sometimes wound with ivy and dripping with honey, is both a beneficent wand and a weapon used to destroy those who oppose his cult and the freedoms he represents. 7. Those who partake of his mysteries are believed to become possessed and empowered by the god himself. 8. His origins are uncertain, and his cults took many forms. Some are described by ancient sources as Thracian, others as Greek. 9, 10, 11. In Orphism, he was variously a son of Zeus and Persephone, a chthonic or underworld aspect of Zeus, or the twice-born son of Zeus and the mortal Semele. The Eleusinian mysteries identify him with Aeacus, the son or husband of Demeter. Most accounts say he was born in Thrace, traveled abroad, and arrived in Greece as a foreigner. His attribute of foreignness as an arriving outsider god may be inherent and essential to his cults, as he is a god of epiphany, sometimes called the god who comes. 12. Wine was a religious focus in the cult of Dionysius and was his earthly incarnation. 13. Wine could ease suffering, bring joy, and inspire divine madness. 14. Festivals of Dionysius included the performance of sacred dramas, enacting his myths, the initial driving force behind the development of theatre in Western culture. 15. The cult of Dionysius is also a cult of the souls. His maenads feed the dead through blood offerings, and he acts as a divine communicant between the living and the dead. 16. He is sometimes categorized as a dying and rising god. 17. Romans identified Bacchus with their own Liber Pater, the free father of the Libralia festival, patron of viniculture, wine and male fertility, and guardian of the traditions, rituals and freedoms attached to coming of age and citizenship, but the Roman state treated independent, popular festivals of Bacchus, Bacchanalia, as subversive, partly because their free mixing of classes and genders transgressed traditional social and moral constraints. Celebration of the Bacchanalia was made a capital offense, except in the toned-down forms, and greatly diminished congregations approved and supervised by the state. Festivals of Bacchus were merged with those of Liber and Dionysius. Name, edit. Etymology, edit. The dio prefix in ancient Greek, dinsos, di.o.ny.sos, has been associated since antiquity with Zeus. Genitive Dios, and the variants of the name seem to point to an original asterisk Dionysos. 18. The earliest attestation is the Mycenaean Greek dative form, Dionyso, 19, 18, featured on 2 tablets that had been found at Mycenaean Pylos and dated to the 12th or 13th century BC. At that time, there could be no certainty on whether this was indeed a theonym, 2021, but the 1989-90 Greek-Swedish excavations at Casterly Hill, Chania, unearthed, inter alia, 4 artifacts bearing Linear B inscriptions. Among them, the inscription on item KHGQ5 is thought to confirm Dionysius's early worship. 22. In Mycenaean Greek the form of Zeus is Dio. 23. The second element Nsos is of unknown origin. 18. It is perhaps associated with Mount Nysa, the birthplace of the god in Greek mythology, where he was nursed by nymphs, the Nisaids. 24. Although Phaeacids of Syros had postulated Nsa as an archaic word for tree by the 6th century BC. 25. 26. On a vase of Saphilos the Nisaids are named Nusi. 27. Kritschmer asserted that Nus is a Thracian word that has the same meaning as nmph, a word similar with nuos, daughter-in-law, or bride, i.e. *snesos, sangska. Snus. 28. He suggested that the male form is nu, nsos, and this would make Dionysius the son of Zeus. 27. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Dionysius extending a drinking cup, Cantharos, late 6th century BC. Dionysius Triumph, a mosaic from the House of Poseidon. Zgma Mosaic Museum. Jane Ellen Harrison believed that the name Dionysius means young Zeus. 29. Robert S. P. Beeks has suggested a pre-Greek origin of the name, since all attempts to find an Indo-European etymology are doubtful. 19. 18. Meaning and variants, edit. Later variants include Dionysos and Dinsos in Gitaea, dn, n, sos in Thessaly, Dionysos and Dionysos in Ionia, and Dinsos in Aeolia, besides other variants. A dio prefix is found in other names, such as that of the Dioscures, and may derive from Dios, the genitive of the name of Zeus. 30. Nonnus, in his Dionysiaca, writes that the name Dionysius means Zeus limp, and that Hermes named the newborn Dionysius this, because Zeus while he carried his burden lifted one foot with a limp from the weight of his thigh, and Nisos in Syracusan language means limping. 31. In his note to these lines, W. H. D. Rouse writes, it need hardly be said that these etymologies are wrong. 31. The Suda, a Byzantine encyclopedia based on classical sources, states that Dionysus was so named from accomplishing, for each of those who live the wild life, or from providing, new, everything for those who live the wild life. 32. Origins, edit. Academics in the 19th century, using study of philology and comparative mythology, often regarded Dionysus as a foreign deity who was only reluctantly accepted into the standard Greek pantheon at a relatively late date, based on his myths which often involve this theme, a god who spends much of his time on earth abroad, and struggles for acceptance when he returns to Greece. However, more recent evidence has shown that Dionysus was in fact one of the earliest gods attested in mainland Greek culture. 14. The earliest written records of Dionysus worship come from Mycenaean Greece, specifically in and around the palace of Nestor in Pylos, dated to around 1300 BC. 33. The details of any religion surrounding Dionysus in this period are scant, and most evidence comes in the form only of his name, written as Dionysujo, Dionysoio equals of Dionysius, in Linear B, preserved on fragments of clay tablets that indicate a connection to offerings or payments of wine, which was described as being of Dionysius. References have also been uncovered to women of Oino, the place of wine, who may correspond to the Dionysian women of later periods. 33. Other Mycenaean records from Pylos record the worship of a god named Eleuther, who was the son of Zeus, and to whom oxen were sacrificed. The link to both Zeus and oxen, as well as etymological links between the name Eleuther or Eleutherus with the Latin name Liber Pater, indicates that this may have been another name for Dionysius. According to Karoli Kerenii, these clues suggest that even in the 13th century BC, the core religion of Dionysius was in place, as were his important myths. At Knossos in Minoan Crete, men were often given the name Pentheus, who is a figure in later Dionysian myth and which also means suffering. Kerenii argued that to give such a name to one's child implies a strong religious connection, potentially not the separate character of Pentheus who suffers at the hands of Dionysius' followers in later myths, but as an epithet of Dionysius himself, whose mythology describes a god who must endure suffering before triumphing over it. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Golden Nice goes with Dionysius. 2nd cent. BC. The over life-size 2nd century AD Ludovisi Dionysius. With panther, satyr and grapes on a vine, Palazzo Altemps, Rome. According to Kerenii, the title of man who suffers likely originally referred to the god himself, only being applied to distinct characters as the myth developed. 33. The oldest known image of Dionysius, accompanied by his name, is found on a Dinos by the Attic potter Saphilos around 570 BC and is located in the British Museum. 34. By the 7th century, iconography found on pottery shows that Dionysius was already worshipped as more than just a god associated with wine. He was associated with weddings, death, sacrifice, and sexuality, and his retinue of satyrs and dancers was already established. A common theme in these early depictions was the metamorphosis, at the hand of the god, of his followers into hybrid creatures, usually represented by both tame and wild. Satyrs, representing the transition from civilized life back to nature as a means of escape. 14. While scholarly references are scarce, there exists a notable overlap between the Greco-Roman Dionysus and the Hindu god Shiva. Shared iconography and background include a crescent or horns on the head, panther or tiger skins, serpents, phallic symbolism. Shiva Lingam, association as a wanderer and outcast and association with ritual ecstasy. Shiva is understood to be one of a triple godhead that includes Vishnu and Brahma. Dionysus is noted in several references with an association with the East and India. Citation needed. A Mycenaean variant of Bacchus was thought to have been a divine child abandoned by his mother and eventually raised by nymphs, goddesses, or even animals. 35. Epithets, edit. Bursarius redirects here. For the genus of beetle, see Bursarius, beetle. Dionysus was variably known with the following epithets. Acratophorus, giver of unmixed wine, at Phogaleia in Arcadia. 36. Acrarietes at Sicyon. 37. Adonius, a rare archaism in Roman literature, a Latinized form of Adonis. Used as epithet for Bacchus. 38. Egabolus alpha, goat shooter, at Potnii, in Gytia. 39. Esimnetes alpha, ruler or lord, at Aro and Petra in Achaea. Agrios, wild, in Macedonia. Androgynos, androgynous, specifically in intercourse, referring to the god taking both an active male and a passive female role. 41. Anthroporastes, man-destroyer, a title of Dionysus at Tenedos. 42. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Epiphany of Dionysus mosaic. From the Villa of Dionysus, 2nd century AD, in Dion, Greece. Archaeological Museum of Dion. A Roman fresco depicting Bacchus, Boscorial, c. 30 BC. Dionysus on the Derveni crater. Bursarius, a Thracian name for Dionysus, which derives from Bassaris or fox skin, which item was worn by his cultists in their mysteries. 43, 44. Baugens, or, born by a cow, in the mysteries of Lerna. 45, 46. Braeutes, related to beer, at Thrace. 47. Briseus, a surname of Dionysus, derived either from Mount Brysa in Lesbos or from a nymph Brysa, who was said to have brought up the god. 48. Briseus, he who prevails, in Smyrna. 49, 50. Bromias, roaring, as of the wind, primarily relating to the central death-forward/resurrection element of the myth. 51, but also the god's transformations into lion and bull. 52, and the boisterousness of those who drink alcohol. Also cognate with the roar of thunder, which refers to Dionysus' father, Zeus the Thunderer. 53. Quiropsolas, pig plucker, Greek equals pig, also used as a slang term for the female genitalia. A reference to Dionysus's role as a fertility deity. 54, 55. Chthonios, the subterranean. 56. Sistophorus, basket bearer, ivy bearer, alludes to baskets being sacred to the god. 40, 57. Demeter, twice born, refers to Dionysius's 2 births. 40, 58, 59, 60. Dendrites, of the trees, as a fertility god. 61. Dithyrambo, used at his festivals, referring to his premature birth. Eleutherios, the liberator, an epithet shared with Eros. Endendros, he in the tree. 62. Inorches, with balls. 63, with reference to his fertility, or in the testicles in reference to Zeus sewing the baby Dionysus into his thigh, understood to mean his testicles. 64, used in Samos and Lesbos. Aerodromos, good running, in Nonus Dionysiaca. 65. Aerocryptos, completely hidden, in Macedonia. Euaster, from the Cry UAE. 66. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Marble sarcophagus with the triumph of Dionysos, who is riding a panther, with attendants, the 4 seasons, Tellus and Ocean. C 220 to 230. The conquest of India by Dionysius at the Archaeological Museum of Sétif, c. 200–300 AD. Detail of the Bronze Ponte. Garibaldi Bacchus, Palazzo Massimo, Rome. Eusius, from the Cry UAE in lyric passages, and in Euripides' play The Bacchae. 67. Iacchus, a possible epithet of Dionysius, associated with the Eleusinian mysteries. In Eleusis, he is known as a son of Zeus and Demeter. The name Iacchus may come from the Iacchus, a hymn sung in honor of Dionysius. Indolites, meaning slayer/killer of Indians, due to his campaign against the Indians. 68. Isodeities, meaning he who distributes equal portions, cult. Epithet also shared with Helios. 69. Chemelius, Chemes, young deer, pricket. 70, 71. Linites, he of the winnowing fan, as a fertility god connected with mystery. Religions. A winnowing fan was used to separate the chaff from the grain. Leonius, god of the winepress. 72. Laios, or Laios, deliverer, literally loosener, one who releases from care and anxiety. 73. Lysias, delivering, releasing. At Thebes there was a temple of Dionysius Lysias. 74, 75, 76. Melanagus, of the black goatskin, at the Aperturia festival. Mauricus, smeared, in Sicily, because his icon was smeared with wine lees at the vintage. 77, 78. Mists, of the mysteries, at Corythio in Arcadia. 79, 80. Nician N, according to Philostratus, he was called like this by the ancient Indians. 81, most probably because according to legend he founded the city of Nysa. 82, 83, 84. Enus, Omicron, wine dark, as god of the wine press. 85, 86. Omadios, eating raw flesh. 87. Eusebius writes in preparation for the Gospel that Euulpis of Carystus states that in Chios and Tenedos they did human sacrifice to Dionysius Omadios. 88, 89, 90. Phalin, probably related to the phallus, at Lesbos. 91, 92. Flus, related to the bloom of a plant. 93, 94, 95. Pseudonor, literally false man, referring to his feminine qualities, in Macedonia. Perishenius, climbing the column, ivy, a name of Dionysus at Thebes. 96. Seamlias, 97, Seamlius or Seamlus, 98, an obscure epithet meaning he of the earth, son of Semel. 99, 100, 101, 102, also appears in the expression Seamlias Earchus Plutodotus, son of Semel, Earchus. Wealth giver. 103. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Skylitters, related to the vine branch, at Kos. 104, 105. Sickets, related to figs, at Laconia. 106. Taurophagus, bull-eating. 107. Tauros, a bull, occurs as a surname of Dionysus. 108, 109. Theanus, wine god of a festival in Attica. 110, 111, 112. Hying, from the festival of Dionysius Thia, at Elis. 113, 114. Thylophorus, bearing leaves, at Kos. 115, 116. In the Greek pantheon, Dionysus, along with Zeus, absorbs the role of Sabazios, a Thracian/Phrygian deity. In the Roman pantheon, Sabazius became an alternative name for Bacchus. 117. Worship and festivals in Greece, edit. Main article, Cult of Dionysius. The worship of Dionysius had become firmly established by the 7th century BC. 118, he may have been worshipped as early as c. 1500–1100 BC by Mycenaean Greeks, 119, 22, and traces of Dionysian-type cult have also been found in ancient Minoan Crete. 33. Dionysia, edit. Main article, Dionysia. The Dionysia, Halo, Ascolia and Lena festivals were dedicated to Dionysius. 120. The rural Dionysia, or Lesser Dionysia, was one of the oldest festivals dedicated to Dionysius, begun in Attica, and probably celebrated the cultivation of wines. It was held during the winter month of Poseidon, the time surrounding the winter solstice. Modern December or January. The rural Dionysia centered on a procession, during which participants carried phaluses, long loaves of bread, jars of water and wine as well as other offerings, and young girls carried baskets. The procession was followed by a series of dramatic performances and drama competitions. 121. The city Dionysia, or Greater Dionysia, took place in urban centers such as Athens and Eleusis, and was a later development, probably beginning during the 6th century BC. Held 3 months after the rural Dionysia, the Greater Festival fell near the spring equinox in the month of Elaphebolion, modern March or April. The procession of the city Dionysia was similar to that of the rural celebrations, but more elaborate, and led by participants carrying a wooden statue of Dionysius, and including sacrificial bulls and ornately dressed choruses. The dramatic competitions of the Greater Dionysia also featured more noteworthy poets and playwrights, and prizes for both dramatists and actors in multiple categories. 121, 15. Anthesteria, edit. The Anthesteria was an Athenian festival that celebrated the beginning of spring. It spanned 3 days, Pythoigia, jar opening, Chos, the pouring, and Chiththroi, the pots. 122. It was said the dead arose from the underworld during the span of the festival. Along with the souls of the dead, the Keres also wandered through the city and had to be banished when the festival ended. 123. On the first day, wine. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Marble relief of a Maynard and two satyrs in a Bacchic procession. AD 100, British Museum, London. Vats were opened. 124. The wine was opened and mixed in honor of the god. 125. The rooms and the drinking vessels were adorned with flowers along with children over 3 years of age. 122. On the second day, a solemn ritual for Dionysus occurred along with drinking. People dressed up, sometimes as members of Dionysus's entourage, and visited others. Chose was also the occasion of a solemn and secret ceremony in one of the sanctuaries of Dionysus in the Lanaeum, which was closed for the rest of the year. The Basilissa, or Basilina, wife of the Basilus, underwent a symbolic ceremonial marriage to the god, possibly representing a Hieros Gamos. The Basilissa was assisted by 14 Athenian matrons, called Jurarii, who were chosen by the Basilus and sworn to secrecy. 122, 126. The last day was dedicated to the dead. Offerings were also offered to Hermes, due to his connection to the underworld. It was considered a day of merrymaking. 122. Some poured libations on the tombs of deceased relatives. Chithroi ended with a ritual cry intended to order the souls of the dead to return to the underworld. 126. Keres were also banished from the festival on the last day. 123. To protect themselves from evil, people chewed leaves of whitethorn and smeared their doors with tar to protect themselves. The festival also allowed servants and slaves to participate in the festivities. 122, 123. Bacchic Mysteries, edit. Main articles, Dionysian Mysteries and Orphism, Religion. The central religious cult of Dionysus is known as the Bacchic or Dionysian Mysteries. The exact origin of this religion is unknown, though Orpheus was said to have invented the mysteries of Dionysus. 127. Evidence suggests that many sources and rituals, typically considered to be part of the similar Orphic mysteries, actually belong to Dionysian mysteries. 14. Some scholars have suggested that, additionally, there is no difference between the Dionysian mysteries and the mysteries of Persephone, but that these were all facets of the same mystery religion, and that Dionysus and Persephone both had important roles in it. 14. 128. Previously considered to have been a primarily rural and fringe part of Greek religion, the major urban center of Athens played a major role in the development and spread of the Bacchic mysteries. 14. The Bacchic mysteries served an important role in creating ritual traditions for transitions in people's lives. Originally primarily for men and male sexuality, but later also created space for ritualizing women's changing roles and celebrating changes of status in a woman's life. This was often symbolized by a meeting with the gods who rule over death and change, such as Hades and Persephone, but also with Dionysus' mother Semele, who probably served a role related to initiation into the mysteries. 14. The religion of Dionysus often included rituals involving the sacrifice of goats or bulls, and at least some participants and dancers wore wooden masks associated with the god. In some instances, records show the god participating in the ritual via a masked and clothed pillar, pole, or tree, while his worshippers eat bread and drink wine. The significance of masks and goats to the worship of Dionysus seems to date back to the earliest days of his worship, and these symbols have been found together at a Minoan tomb near Phaistos in Crete. 33. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Bacchus, series and more. 1595 1605. Oil on canvas by Hans von Chun. Roman marble relief, 1st century AD, from Naucratis. Showing the Greek god Dionysus, snake-bodied and wearing an Egyptian crown. Eleusinian Mysteries, edit. As early as the 5th century BC, Dionysus became identified with Iacchus, a minor deity from the tradition of the Eleusinian Mysteries. 129. This association may have arisen because of the homophony of the names Iacchus and Bacchus. 2 black figure lechaivoi, c. 500 BC, possibly represent the earliest evidence for such an association. The nearly identical vases, one in Berlin, 130, the other in Rome, 131, depict Dionysus, along with the inscription Iarchs, a possible miswriting of Iarchzu. 132. More early evidence can be found in the works of the 5th century BC Athenian tragedians Sophocles and Euripides. 133. In Sophocles' Antigone, c. 441 BC, an ode to Dionysus begins by addressing Dionysus as the god of many names, who rules over the glens of Demeter's Eleusis, and ends by identifying him with Iacchus, the giver, who leads the chorus of the stars whose breath is fire and whose attendant Thyiads dance in night-long frenzy. 134, and in a fragment from a lost play, Sophocles describes Nysa, Dionysus' traditional place of nurture. From here I caught sight of Nysa, haunt of Bacchus, famed among mortals, which Iacchus of the bull's horns counts as his beloved nurse. 135, in Euripides' Bacchae, c. 405 BC, a messenger, describing the Bacchic revelries on Mount Cithaeron, associates Iacchus with Bromius, another of the names of Dionysus, saying, they began to wave the thyssos, calling on Iacchus, the son of Zeus, Bromius, with united voice. 136. An inscription found on a stone Stele, c. 340 BC, found at Delphi, contains a paean to Dionysus, which describes his travels. 137. From Thebes, where he was born, he first went to Delphi where he displayed his starry body, and with Delphian girls took his place on the folds of Parnassus. 138, then next to Eleusis, where he is called Iacchus, and in your hand brandishing your night lighting flame, with God-possessed frenzy. You went to the vales of Eleusis, where the whole people of Hellas land, alongside your own native witnesses of the holy mysteries, calls upon you as Iacchus, for mortals from their pains. You have opened a haven without toils. 139. Strabo, says that Greeks give the name Iacchus not only to Dionysus but also to the leader-in-chief of the mysteries. 140. In particular, Iacchus was identified with the Orphic Dionysus, who was a son of Persephone. 141. Sophocles mentions Iacchus of the bull's horns, and according to the 1st century BC historian Diodorus Siculus, it was this older Dionysus who was represented in paintings and sculptures with horns, because he excelled in sagacity and was the first to attempt the yoking of oxen and by their aid to effect the sowing of the seed. 142. Arrian, the 2nd century Greek historian, wrote that it was to this Dionysus, the son of Zeus and Persephone. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Satyr giving a grapevine to Bacchus as a child, cameo glass. First half of the 1st century AD. From Italy. Not the Theban Dionysus, that the mystic chant Iacchus is sung. 143. The 2nd century poet Lucian also referred to the dismemberment of Iacchus. 144. The 4th or 5th century poet Nonnus associated the name Iacchus with the 3rd Dionysus. He described the Athenian celebrations given to the 1st Dionysus Zagreus, son of Persephone, the 2nd Dionysus Bromius, son of Semele, and the 3rd Dionysus Iacchus. They, the Athenians, honored him as a god next after the son of Persephone, and after Semele's son, they established sacrifices for Dionysos late-born and Dionysos first-born, and third they chanted a new hymn for Iacchos. In these 3 celebrations Athens held high revel. In the dance lately made, the Athenians beat the step in honor of Zagreus and Bromius and Iacchos all together. 145. By some accounts, Iacchus was the husband of Demeter. 146. Several other sources identify Iacchus as Demeter's son. 147. The earliest such source, a 4th century BC vase fragment at Oxford, shows Demeter holding the child Dionysus on her lap. 148. By the 1st century BC, Demeter suckling Iacchus had become such a common motif, that the Latin poet Lucretius could use it as an apparently recognizable example of a lover's euphemism. 149. A scholiast on the 2nd century AD Aristides, explicitly names Demeter as Iacchus' mother. 150. Orphism, edit. In the Orphic tradition, the 1st Dionysus was the son of Zeus and Persephone, and was dismembered by the Titans before being reborn. 151. Dionysus was the patron god of the Orphics, who they connected to death and immortality, and he symbolized the one who guides the process of reincarnation. 152. This Orphic Dionysus is sometimes referred to with the alternate name Zagreus, ctfd Greek. The earliest mentions of this name in literature describe him as a partner of Gaia and call him the highest god. Aeschylus linked Zagreus with Hades, as either Hades' son or Hades himself. 153. Noting Hades' identity as Zeus Katakthonios' alter ego, Timothy Gantz thought it likely that Zagreus, originally, perhaps, the son of Hades and Persephone, later merged with the Orphic Dionysus, the son of Zeus and Persephone. 154. However, no known Orphic sources use the name Zagreus to refer to the Orphic Dionysus. It is possible that the association between the two was known by the 3rd century. BC, when the poet Callimachus may have written about it in a now lost source. 155. Callimachus, as well as his contemporary Euphorion, told the story of the dismemberment of the infant Dionysus, 156, and Byzantine sources quote Callimachus as referring to the birth of a Dionysos Zagreus, explaining that Zagreus was the poet's name for the chthonic aspect of Dionysus. 157. The earliest definitive reference to the belief that Zagreus is another name for the Orphic Dionysus is found in the late 1st century writings of Plutarch. 158. The 5th century Greek poet Nonnus Dionysiaca tells the story of this Orphic Dionysus, in which Nonnus calls him the older Dionysos. Ill-fated Zagreus, 159, Zagreus the horned baby, 160, Zagreus, the first Dionysos, 161, Zagreus the ancient Dionysos, 162, and Dionysos Zagreus. 163. Worship and Festivals in Rome, edit. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Colossal statue of Antinous as Dionysus. Dionysus with long torch sitting on a throne, with Helios, Aphrodite, and other gods. Antique fresco from Pompeii. Bacchus was most often known by that name in Rome and other locales in the Republic and Empire, although many often called him Dionysius. 164. Liber and importation to Rome, edit. The mystery cult of Bacchus was brought to Rome from the Greek culture of southern Italy or by way of Greek influence to Etruria. It was established around 200 BC in the Aventine Grove of Stimula by a priestess from Campania, near the temple where Liber Pater, the Free Father, had a state-sanctioned popular cult. Liber was a native Roman god of wine, fertility, and prophecy, patron of Rome's plebeians, citizen commoners, and one of the members of the Aventine Triad, along with his mother Ceres and sister or consort Libra. A temple to the Triad was erected on the Aventine Hill in 493 BC, along with the institution of celebrating the festival of Libralia. The worship of the Triad gradually took on more and more Greek influence, and by 205 BC, Liber and Libra had been formally identified with Bacchus and Proserpina. 165. Liber was often interchangeably identified with Dionysius and his mythology, though this identification was not universally accepted. 166. Cicero insisted on the non-identity of Liber and Dionysius and described Liber and Libra as children of Ceres. 167. Liber, like his Aventine companions, carried various aspects of his older cults into official Roman religion. He protected various aspects of agriculture and fertility, including the vine and the soft seed of its grapes, wine and wine vessels, and male fertility and virility. 167. Pliny called Liber the first to establish the practice of buying and selling. He also invented the diadem, the emblem of royalty, and the triumphal procession. 168. Roman mosaics and sarcophagi attest to various representations of a Dionysius-like exotic triumphal procession. In Roman and Greek literary sources from the late Republic and Imperial era, several notable triumphs feature similar, distinctively Bacchic processional elements, recalling the supposedly historic triumph of Liber. 169. Liber and Dionysus may have had a connection that predated classical Greece and Rome, in the form of the Mycenaean god Eleutherus, who shared the lineage and iconography of Dionysus but whose name has the same meaning as Liber. 33. Before the importation of the Greek cults, Liber was already strongly associated with Bacchic symbols and values, including wine and uninhibited freedom, as well as the subversion of the powerful. Several depictions from the late Republic era feature processions, depicting the triumph of Liber. 169. Bacchanalia, edit. Main article, Bacchanalia. In Rome, the most well-known festivals of Bacchus were the Bacchanalia, based on the earlier Greek Dionysia festivals. These Bacchic rituals were said to have included homophagic practices, such as pulling live animals apart and eating the whole of them raw. This practice served not only as a reenactment of the infant death and rebirth of Bacchus, but also as a means by which Bacchic practitioners produced enthusiasm, etymologically, to let a god enter the practitioner's body or to have her become one with Bacchus. 170, 171. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Sacrifice to Bacchus. Oil on Canvas by Massimo Stanzian, c. 1634. Bacchus with Leopard, 1878, by Johann Wilhelm Schutz. In Livy's account, the Bacchic mysteries were a novelty at Rome, originally restricted to women and held only 3 times a year. They were corrupted by an Etruscan Greek version, and thereafter drunken, disinhibited men and women of all ages and social classes cavorted in a sexual free-for-all 5 times a month. Livy relates their various outrages against Rome's civil and religious laws and traditional morality, mos maiorum, a secretive, subversive and potentially revolutionary counterculture. Livy's sources, and his own account of the cult, probably drew heavily on the Roman dramatic genre known as satyr plays, based on Greek originals. 172, 173, the cult was suppressed by the state with great ferocity. Of the 7,000 arrested, most were executed. Modern scholarship treats much of Livy's account with skepticism. More certainly, a senatorial edict, the Senatus Consultum de Bacchanalibus, was distributed throughout Roman and Allied Italy. It banned the former Bacchic cult organizations. Each meeting must seek prior senatorial approval through a praetor. No more than 3 women and 2 men were allowed at any one meeting, and those who defied the edict risked the death penalty. Bacchus was conscripted into the official Roman pantheon as an aspect of Liber, and his festival was inserted into the Libralia. In Roman culture, Liber, Bacchus and Dionysus became virtually interchangeable equivalents. Thanks to his mythology involving travels and struggles on earth, Bacchus became euhemerized as a historical hero, conqueror, and founder of cities. He was a patron deity and founding hero at Leptis Magna, birthplace of the Emperor Septimius Severus, who promoted his cult. In some Roman sources, the ritual procession of Bacchus in a tiger-drawn chariot, surrounded by Maenads, satyrs and drunkards, commemorates the god's triumphant return from the conquest of India. Pliny believed this to be the historical prototype for the Roman triumph. 174. Post-classical worship, edit. Late antiquity, edit. In the Neoplatonist philosophy and religion of late antiquity, the Olympian gods were sometimes considered to number 12 based on their spheres of influence. For example, according to Sallustius, Jupiter, Neptune, and Vulcan fabricate the world, Ceres, Juno, and Diana animate it, Mercury, Venus, and Apollo harmonize it, and lastly, Vesta, Minerva, and Mars preside over it with a guarding power. 175. The multitude of other gods, in this belief system, subsist within the primary gods, and Sallustius taught that Bacchus subsisted in Jupiter. 175. In the Orphic tradition, a saying was supposedly given by an oracle of Apollo that stated Zeus, Hades, and Helios Dionysus were three gods in one godhead. This statement apparently conflated Dionysus not only with Hades, but also his father Zeus, and implied a particularly close identification with the sun god Helios. When quoting this in his hymn to King Helios, Emperor Julian substituted Dionysus' name with that of Serapis, whose Egyptian counterpart Osiris was also identified with Dionysus. Worship from the Middle Ages to the modern period, edit. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Statue of Bacchus. Paris, Louvre Museum. 2nd century AD. Bacchus by Paulus Bohr. 3 centuries after the reign of Theodosius I, which saw the outlawing of pagan worship across the Roman Empire, the 692 Quinisext Council in Constantinople felt it necessary to warn Christians against participating in persisting rural worship of Dionysus, specifically mentioning and prohibiting the feast day Brumalia, the public dances of women, ritual cross-dressing, the wearing of Dionysiac masks, and the invoking of Bacchus' name when squeezing out the wine in the presses, or when pouring out wine into jars. 176. According to the Laner Cost Chronicle, during Easter in 1282 in Scotland, the parish priest of Inverkeithing led young women in a dance in honor of Priapus and Father Liber, commonly identified with Dionysus. The priest danced and sang at the front, carrying a representation of the phallus on a pole. He was killed by a Christian mob later that year. 177. Historian C.S. Watkins believes that Richard of Durham, the author of the Chronicle, identified an occurrence of apotropaic magic by making use of his knowledge of ancient Greek religion, rather than recording an actual case of the survival of a pagan ritual. 178. The late medieval Byzantine scholar Gemischus Pletho secretly advocated a return to paganism in medieval Greece. Citation needed. In the 18th century, hellfire clubs appeared in Britain and Ireland. Though activities varied between the clubs, some of them were very pagan, and included shrines and sacrifices. Dionysus was one of the most popular deities, alongside deities like Venus and Flora. Today one can still see the statue of Dionysus left behind in the Hellfire Caves. 179. In 1820, Ephraim Leon founded the Church of Bacchus in Eastford, Connecticut. He declared himself high priest and added local drunks to the list of membership. He maintained that those who died as members would go to a bacchanalia for their afterlife. 180. Modern pagan and polytheist groups often include worship of Dionysus in their traditions and practices, most prominently groups which have sought to revive Hellenic polytheism, such as the Supreme Council of Ethnic Hellenes, YSE. 181. In addition to libations of wine, modern worshippers of Dionysus offer the god grapevines, ivy, and various forms of incense, particularly styrax. 182. They may also celebrate Roman festivals such as the Libralia, the 17th of March, close to the spring equinox, or Bacchanalia, various dates, and various Greek festivals, such as the Anthesteria, Lena, and the Greater and Lesser Dionysios, the dates of which are calculated by the lunar calendar. 183. Identification with other gods, edit. Osiris, edit. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Painted wood panel depicting Serapis, who was considered the same god as Osiris, Hades, and Dionysus in late antiquity. 2nd century AD. Penax of Persephone and Hades on the throne, from the holy shrine of Persephone at Lacri. In the Greek interpretation of the Egyptian pantheon, Dionysus was often identified with Osiris. 184. Stories of the dismembering of Osiris and his reassembly and resurrection by Isis closely parallel those of the Orphic Dionysus and Demeter. 185. According to Diodorus Siculus, 186, as early as the 5th century BC, the two gods had been syncretized as a single deity known as Dionysius Osiris. The most notable record of this belief is found in Herodotus' Histories. 187. Plutarch was of the same opinion, recording his belief that Osiris and Dionysius were identical and stating that anyone familiar with the secret rituals associated with the two gods would recognize obvious parallels between them, noting that the myths of their dismembering and their associated public symbols constituted sufficient additional evidence to prove that they were, in fact, the same god worshipped by the two cultures under different names. 188. Other syncretic Greco-Egyptian deities arose out of this conflation, including with the gods Serapis and Hermanubis. Serapis was believed to be both Hades and Osiris, and the Roman Emperor Julian considered him the same as Dionysius as well. Dionysius Osiris was particularly popular in Ptolemaic Egypt, as the Ptolemies claimed descent from Dionysius, and as pharaohs they had claim to the lineage of Osiris. 189. This association was most notable during a deification ceremony where Mark Antony became Dionysius Osiris, alongside Cleopatra as Isis Aphrodite. 190. Egyptian myths about Priapus said that the Titans conspired against Osiris, killed him, divided his body into equal parts, and slipped them secretly out of the house. All but Osiris' penis, which since none of them was willing to take it with him, they threw into the river. Isis, Osiris' wife, hunted down and killed the Titans, reassembled Osiris' body parts into the shape of a human figure, and gave them to the priests with orders that they pay Osiris the honors of a god. But since she was unable to recover the penis, she ordered the priests to pay to it the honors of a god and to set it up in their temples in an erect position. 191. Hades, edit. The 5th–4th century BC philosopher Heraclitus, unifying opposites, declared that Hades and Dionysus, the very essence of indestructible life, Zoe, are the same God. 192. Among other evidence, Carl Kerenyi notes in his book, 193, that the Homeric hymn to Demeter, 194, votive marble images, 195, and epithets, 196, all link Hades to being Dionysus. He also notes that the grieving goddess Demeter refused to drink wine, as she states that it would be against Themis jargon for her to drink wine, which is the gift of Dionysus, after Persephone's abduction. Because of this association, indicating that Hades may in fact have been a cover name for the underworld Dionysus. 197. He suggests that this dual identity may have been familiar to those who came into contact with the mysteries. 198. One of the epithets of Dionysus was Chthonios, meaning the subterranean. 199. Evidence for occult connection is quite extensive, particularly in southern Italy, especially when considering the heavy involvement of death symbolism included in Dionysian worship. 200. Statues of Dionysus, 201, 202, found in the Plautonian at Eleusis give further evidence, as the statues found bear a striking resemblance to the statue of Eubulus. Also, explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF votive relief of Dionysus and Pluto with a Dorant. 4th century BC. From Charistus, Archaeological Museum of Chalcis. Called Aids Kynocates, Hades of the flowing dark hair, 203, 204, 205. Known as the youthful depiction of the Lord of the Underworld. The statue of Eubulus is described as being radiant but disclosing a strange inner darkness. 206, 204. Ancient portrayals show Dionysus holding in his hand the cantharos, a wine jar with large handles, and occupying the place where one would expect to see Hades. Archaic artist Xenocles portrayed on one side of a vase Zeus, Poseidon and Hades, each with his emblems of power, with Hades' head turned back to front and, on the other side, Dionysus striding forward to meet his bride Persephone, with the cantharos in his hand, against a background of grapes. 207. Dionysus also shared several epithets with Hades, such as Chthonios, Eubulus, and Euclius. Both Hades and Dionysus were associated with a divine tripartite deity. With Zeus. 208, 209. Zeus, like Dionysus, was occasionally believed to have an underworld form, closely identified with Hades, to the point that they were occasionally thought of as the same god. 209. According to Marguerite Rigogliosu, Hades is Dionysus, and this dual god was believed by the Eleusinian tradition to have impregnated Persephone. This would bring the Eleusinian in harmony with the myth in which Zeus, not Hades, impregnated Persephone to bear the first Dionysus. Rigogliosu argues that taken together, these myths suggest a belief that is that, with Persephone, Zeus /Hades /Dionysus created, in terms quoted from Kerenyi, a second, a little Dionysus, who is also a subterranean Zeus. 209. The unification of Hades, Zeus, and Dionysus as a single tripartite god was used to represent the birth, death and resurrection of a deity and to unify the shining realm of Zeus and the dark underworld realm of Hades. 208, according to Rosemary Taylor Perry, 208, 209. It is often mentioned that Zeus, Hades and Dionysus were all attributed to being the exact same god. Being a tripartite deity, Hades is also Zeus, doubling as being the sky god or Zeus. Hades abducts his daughter and paramour Persephone. The taking of Kura by Hades is the act which allows the conception and birth of a second integrating force, Iacchos, Zagreus Dionysius, also known as Linites. The helpless infant form of that deity who is the unifier of the dark underworld, chthonic, realm of Hades. And the Olympian, shining, one of Zeus, Sabazios and Yahweh, edit. The Phrygian god Sabazios was alternately identified with Zeus or with Dionysius. The Byzantine Greek Encyclopedia, Suda, c. 10th century, stated, 212. Sabazios is the same as Dionysos. He acquired this form of address from the rite pertaining to him, for the barbarians call the Bacchic cry Sabazin. Hence some of the Greeks too follow suit and call the cry Sabasmos, thereby Dionysos becomes Sabazios. They also used to call Sab those places that had been dedicated to him and his Bacchantes. Demosthenes, in the speech, on behalf of Ctesiphon, mentions them. Some say that Sab is the term for those who are dedicated to Sabazios, that is to Dionysos, just as those dedicated to Bacchos are Bacchoi. They say that Sabazios and Dionysos are the same. Thus some also say that the Greeks call the Bacchoi Sab. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Bronze hand used in the Worship of Sabazios, British Museum. 210, Roman 1st. 2nd century AD. Hands, decorated with religious symbols, were designed to stand in sanctuaries or, like this one, were attached to poles for processional use. 211. Birth of Dionysius, on a small sarcophagus that may have been made for a child, Walter's Art Museum, 217. The Education of Dionysius. Fresco, now in the Museo. Strabo, in the 1st century, linked Sabazios with Zagreus among Phrygian ministers and attendants of the sacred rites of Rhea and Dionysos. 213. Strabo's Sicilian contemporary, Diodorus Siculus, conflated Sabazios with the secret Dionysius, born of Zeus and Persephone, 214. However, this connection is not supported by any surviving inscriptions, which are entirely to Zeus. Sabazios. 215. Several ancient sources record an apparently widespread belief in the classical world that the god worshipped by the Jewish people, Yahweh, was identifiable as Dionysius or Liber via his identification with Sabazios. Tacitus, Ligius, Cornelius Labeo, and Plutarch all either made this association, or discussed it as an extant belief, though some, like Tacitus, specifically brought it up in order to reject it. According to Plutarch, one of the reasons for the identification is that Jews were reported to hail their god with the word Zeuoe and Sabi, a cry typically associated with the worship of Sabazius. According to scholar Sean M. McDonough, it is possible that Plutarch's sources had confused the cry of Iao Sabaoth, typically used by Greek speakers in reference to Yahweh, with the Sabasian cry of Euoe Sab, originating the confusion and conflation of the two deities. The cry of Sabi could also have been conflated with the Jewish term Sabbath, adding to the evidence the ancients saw that Yahweh and Dionysus/Sabasius were the same deity. Further bolstering this connection would have been coins used by the Maccabees that included imagery linked to the worship of Dionysus such as grapes, vine leaves, and cups. However, the belief that the Jewish god was identical with Dionysus/Sabasius was widespread enough that a coin dated to 55 BC depicting a kneeling king was labeled Bacchus Judaeus, Bacchivs, Ivivs, and in 139 BC Praetor Cornelius Scipio Hispalis deported Jewish people for attempting to infect the Roman customs with the cult of Jupiter Sabasius. 216. Mythology, edit. Various different accounts and traditions existed in the ancient world regarding the parentage, birth, and life of Dionysus on earth, complicated by his several rebirths. By the 1st century BC, some mythographers had attempted to harmonize the various accounts of Dionysus' birth into a single narrative involving not only multiple births, but 2 or 3 distinct manifestations of the god on earth throughout history in different lifetimes. The historian Diodorus Siculus said that according to some writers of myths there were 2 gods named Dionysus, an older one, who was the son of Zeus and Persephone, 218, but explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Nazionale Romano, Rome. c. 20 AD. Marble bust of youthful Dionysus. Knossos, 2nd century AD. Archaeological Museum of Heracleon. Wall protomorph of a bearded Dionysus. Byatia. Early 4th century BC. That the younger one also inherited the deeds of the older, and so the men of later times, being unaware of the truth and being deceived because of the identity of their names, thought there had been but one Dionysus. 219. He also said that Dionysus was thought to have 2 forms, the ancient one having a long beard, because all men in early times wore long beards, and the younger one being long-haired, youthful and effeminate and young. 220, 221. Though the varying genealogy of Dionysus was mentioned in many works of classical literature, only a few contain the actual narrative myths surrounding the events of his multiple births. These include the 1st century BC Bibliotheca Historica by Greek historian Diodorus, which describes the birth and deeds of the 3 incarnations of Dionysus. 222, the brief birth narrative given by the 1st century AD Roman author Hyginus, which describes a double birth for Dionysus, and a longer account in the form of Greek poet Nonnus's epic Dionysiaca, which discusses 3 incarnations of Dionysus similar to Diodorus' account, but which focuses on the life of the 3rd Dionysus, born to Zeus and Semele. First birth, edit. Though Diodorus mentions some traditions which state an older, Indian or Egyptian Dionysus existed who invented wine, no narratives are given of his birth or life among mortals, and most traditions ascribe the invention of wine and travels through India to the last Dionysus. According to Diodorus, Dionysus was originally the son of Zeus and Persephone, or alternately, Zeus and Demeter. This is the same horned Dionysus described by Hyginus and Nonnus in later accounts, and the Dionysus worshipped by the Orphics, who was dismembered by the Titans and then reborn. Nonnus calls this Dionysus Zagreus, while Diodorus says he is also considered identical with Sabazius. 223, however, unlike Hyginus and Nonnus, Diodorus does not provide a birth narrative for this incarnation of the god. It was this Dionysus who was said to have taught mortals how to use oxen to plough the fields, rather than doing so by hand. His worshippers were said to have honored him for this by depicting him with horns. 223. The Greek poet Nonnus gives a birth narrative for Dionysus in his late 4th or early 5th century AD epic Dionysiaca. In it, he described how Zeus intended to make a new Dionysos grow up, a bull-shaped copy of the older Dionysos who was the Egyptian god Osiris. Dionysiaca 4, 225, Zeus took the shape of a serpent, Dracan, and ravished the maidenhood of unwed Persephone. According to Nonnus, though Persephone was the consort of the black-robed king of the underworld, she remained a virgin, and had been hidden in a cave by her mother to avoid the many gods who were her suitors, because all that dwelt in Olympos were bewitched by this one girl, rivals in love for the marriageable maid. Dionysiaca 5, 226, after her union with Zeus, Persephone's womb swelled with living fruit, and she gave birth to a horned baby, named Zagreus. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Bronze mask depicting Dionysus bearded and horned. See 2nd century BC, height 21.4 cm, 224. Mosaic of Dionysus fighting the Indians. Palazzo Massimo, Rome, 4th century AD. Zagreus, despite his infancy, was able to climb onto the throne of Zeus and brandish his lightning bolts, marking him as Zeus' heir. Hera saw this and alerted the Titans, who smeared their faces with chalk and ambushed the infant Zagreus. While he contemplated his changeling countenance reflected in a mirror, they attacked him. However, according to Nonnus, where his limbs had been cut piecemeal by the Titan steel, the end of his life was the beginning of a new life as Dionysos. He began to change into many different forms in which he returned the attack, including Zeus, Cronus, a baby, and a mad youth with the flower of the first down marking his rounded chin with black. He then transformed into several animals to attack the assembled Titans, including a lion, a wild horse, a horned serpent, a tiger, and, finally, a bull. Hera intervened, killing the bull with a shout, and the Titans finally slaughtered him and cut him into pieces. Zeus attacked the Titans and had them imprisoned in Tartaros. This caused the mother of the Titans, Gaia, to suffer, and her symptoms were seen across the whole world, resulting in fires and floods, and boiling seas. Zeus took pity on her, and in order to cool down the burning land, he caused great rains to flood the world. Dionysiaca 6, 227. Interpretation, edit. In the Orphic tradition, Dionysus was, in part, a god associated with the underworld. As a result, the Orphics considered him the son of Persephone, and believed that he had been dismembered by the Titans and then reborn. The earliest attestation of this myth, of the dismemberment and rebirth of Dionysus, comes from the 1st century BC, in the works of Philodemus and Diodorus Siculus. 228. Later, Neoplatonists such as Dionysius and Olympiodorus added a number of further elements to the myth, including the punishment of the Titans by Zeus for their act, their destruction by a thunderbolt from his hand, and the subsequent birth of humankind from their ashes. However, whether any of these elements were part of the original myth is the subject of debate among scholars. 229. The dismemberment of Dionysus, the Sparagmos, has often been considered the most important myth of Orphism. 230. Many modern sources identify this Orphic Dionysus with the god Zagreus, though this name does not seem to have been used by any of the ancient Orphics, who simply called him Dionysius. 231. As pieced together from various ancient sources, the reconstructed story, usually given by modern scholars, goes as follows. 232. Zeus had intercourse with Persephone in the form of a serpent, producing Dionysus. The infant was taken to Mount Ida, where, like the infant Zeus, he was guarded by the dancing Curetes. Zeus intended Dionysus to be his successor as ruler of the cosmos, but a jealous Hera incited the Titans to kill the child. Dionysius claims that he was mocked by the Titans, who gave him a fennel stalk, Thyrsus, in place of his rightful scepter. 233. Diodorus relates that Dionysus is the son of Zeus and Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and that his birth narrative is an allegory for the generative power of the gods at work in nature. 234. When the sons of Gaia, i.e., the Titans, boiled Dionysus following his birth, Demeter gathered together his remains, allowing his rebirth. Diodorus noted the symbolism this myth held for its adherents. Dionysus, god of the vine, was born from the gods of the rain and the earth. He was torn apart and boiled by the sons of Gaia, or earthborn, symbolizing the Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Jupiter et Simul. Oil on canvas by Gustave Moyau, 1895. Jove and Simul, c. 1695, by Sebastiano Ricci. Harvesting and winemaking process. Just as the remains of the bare vines are returned to the earth to restore its fruitfulness, the remains of the young Dionysus were returned to Demeter, allowing him to be born again. 223. Second birth, edit. The birth narrative given by Gaius Julius Hyginus, c. 64 BC 17 AD, in Fabulae 167, agrees with the Orphic tradition that Liber, Dionysus, was originally the son of Jove, Zeus, and Proserpine, Persephone. Hyginus writes that Liber was torn apart by the Titans, so Jove took the fragments of his heart and put them into a drink which he gave to Semele, the daughter of Harmonia, and Cadmus, king and founder of the bees. This resulted in Semele becoming pregnant. Juno appeared to Semele in the form of her nurse, Bo, and told her, "Daughter, ask Jove to come to you as he comes to Juno, so you may know what pleasure it is to sleep with a god." When Semele requested that Jove do so, she was killed by a thunderbolt. Jove then took the infant Liber from her womb, and put him in the care of Nisus. Hyginus states that for this Reason he is called Dionysus, and also the one with two mothers. Dimter. 235. Nonnus describes how, when life was rejuvenated after the flood, it was lacking in revelry in the absence of Dionysus. The seasons, those daughters of the liked gang, still joyless, plaited garlands for the gods only of meadow grass. For wine was lacking. Without Bacchus to inspire the dance, its grace was only half complete, and quite without profit, it charmed only the eyes of the company, when the circling dancer moved in twists and turns with a tumult of footsteps, having only nods for words, hand for mouth, fingers for voice. Zeus declared that he would send his son Dionysus to teach mortals how to grow grapes and make wine, to alleviate their toil, war, and suffering. After he became protector of humanity, Zeus promises, Dionysus would struggle on earth, but be received by the bright upper air to shine beside Zeus and to share the courses of the stars. Dionysiaca 7. 236. The mortal princess Semele then had a dream, in which Zeus destroyed a fruit tree with a bolt of lightning, but did not harm the fruit. He sent a bird to bring him one of the fruits, and sewed it into his thigh, so that he would be both mother and father to the new Dionysus. She saw the bull-shaped figure of a man emerge from his thigh, and then came to the realization that she herself had been the tree. Her father Cadmus, fearful of the prophetic dream, instructed Semele to make sacrifices to Zeus. Zeus came to Semele in her bed, adorned with various symbols of Dionysus. He transformed into a snake. And Zeus made long wooing, and shouted Euoi, as if the wine empress were near, as he begat his son who would love the cry. Immediately, Semele's bed and chambers were overgrown with vines and flowers, and the earth laughed. Zeus then spoke to Semele, revealing his true identity, and telling her to be happy. You bring forth a son who shall not die, and you I will call immortal. Happy woman! You have conceived a son who will make mortals forget their troubles, you shall bring forth joy for gods and men. Dionysiaca 7. 237. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Bust of Dionysus, Archaeological Museum of Heracleon. A Hellenistic Greek mosaic depicting the god Dionysos as a winged daemon riding on a tiger, from the house of Dionysos at Delos, which was once controlled by Athens, in the South Aegean region of Greece, late 2nd century BC, Archaeological Museum of Delos. During her pregnancy, Semele rejoiced in the knowledge that her son would be divine. She dressed herself in garlands of flowers and wreaths of ivy, and would run barefoot to the meadows and forests to frolic. Whenever she heard music, Hera became envious and feared that Zeus would replace her with Semele as queen of Olympus. She went to Semele in the guise of an old woman who had been Cadmus' wet nurse. She made Semele jealous of the attention Zeus gave to Hera, compared with their own brief liaison, and provoked her to request Zeus to appear before her in his full godhood. Semele prayed to Zeus that he show himself. Zeus answered her prayers but warned her that no other mortals had ever seen him as he held his lightning bolts. Semele reached out to touch them and was burnt to ash. Dionysiaca 8. 238, but the infant Dionysus survived, and Zeus rescued him from the flames, sewing him into his thigh. So the rounded thigh in labor became female, and the boy too soon born was brought forth, but not in a mother's way, having passed from a mother's womb to a father's. Dionysus 9. At his birth, he had a pair of horns shaped like a crescent moon. The seasons crowned him with ivy and flowers, and wrapped horned snakes around his own horns. 239. An alternate birth narrative is given by Diodorus from the Egyptian tradition. In it, Dionysus is the son of Ammon, who Diodorus regards both as the creator god and a quasi-historical king of Libya. Ammon had married the goddess Rhea, but he had an affair with Amalthea, who bore Dionysus. Ammon feared Rhea's wrath if she were to discover the child, so he took the infant Dionysus to Nysa, Dionysus' traditional childhood home. Ammon brought Dionysus into a cave where he was to be cared for by Nysa, a daughter of the hero Aristoeles. 223. Dionysus grew famous due to his skill in the arts, his beauty, and his strength. It was said that he discovered the art of winemaking during his boyhood. His fame brought him to the attention of Rhea, who was furious with Ammon for his deception. She attempted to bring Dionysus under her own power, but, unable to do so, she left Ammon and married Cronus. 223. Interpretation, edit. Even in antiquity, the account of Dionysus' birth to a mortal woman led some to argue that he had been a historical figure who became deified. Over time, a suggestion of euhemerism, an explanation of mythic events having roots in mortal history, often applied to demigods. The 4th century Roman emperor and philosopher Julian encountered examples of this belief, and wrote arguments against it. In his letter to the Cynic Heracleios, Julian wrote, "I have heard many people say that Dionysus was a mortal man because he was born of Semele, and that he became a god through his knowledge of theurgy and the mysteries, and like our Lord Heracles for his royal virtue was translated to Olympus by his father Zeus." However, to Julian, the myth of Dionysus's birth, and that of Heracles, stood as an allegory for a deeper spiritual truth. The birth of Dionysus, Julian argues, was no birth but a divine manifestation to Semele, who foresaw that a physical manifestation of the god Dionysus would soon appear. However, Semele was impatient for the god to come. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Hermes and the Infant. Dionysus by Praxiteles. Archaeological Museum of Olympia. The Infant Bacchus, painting. C 1505-1510, by Giovanni Bellini. And began revealing his mysteries too early. For her transgression, she was struck down by Zeus. When Zeus decided it was time to impose a new order on humanity, for it to pass from the nomadic to a more civilized mode of life, he sent his son Dionysus from India as a god made visible, spreading his worship and giving the vine as a symbol of his manifestation among mortals. In Julian's interpretation, the Greeks called Semele the mother of Dionysus because of the prediction that she had made, but also because the god honored her as having been the first prophetess of his advent while it was yet to be. The allegorical myth of the birth of Dionysus, per Julian, was developed to express both the history of these events and encapsulate the truth of his birth outside the generative processes of the mortal world, but entering into it, though his true birth was directly from Zeus along into the intelligible realm. 13. Infancy, edit. According to Nonnus, Zeus gave the infant Dionysus to the care of Hermes. Hermes gave Dionysus to the Lamides, or daughters of Lamos, who were river nymphs. But Hera drove the Lamides mad and caused them to attack Dionysus, who was rescued by Hermes. Hermes next brought the infant to Ino for fostering by her attendant Mistus, who taught him the rites of the mysteries, Dionysiaca 9. In Apollodorus' account, Hermes instructed Ino to raise Dionysus as a girl, to hide him from Hera's wrath. 240, however, Hera found him, and vowed to destroy the house with a flood. However, Hermes again rescued Dionysus, this time bringing him to the mountains of Lydia. Hermes adopted the form of Phanes, most ancient of the gods, and so Hera bowed before him and let him pass. Hermes gave the infant to the goddess Rhea, who cared for him through his adolescence. 239. Another version is that Dionysus was taken to the rain nymphs of Nysa, who nourished his infancy and childhood, and for their care Zeus rewarded them by placing them as the Hyades among the stars, see Hyades star cluster. In yet another version of the myth, he is raised by his cousin Macris on the island of Euboea. 241. Dionysus in Greek mythology is a god of foreign origin, and while Mount Nysa is a mythological location, it is invariably set far away to the east or to the south. The Homeric hymn 1 to Dionysus places it far from Phoenicia, near to the Egyptian stream. 242, others placed it in Anatolia, or in Libya, away in the west beside a great ocean, in Ethiopia, Herodotus, or Arabia, Diodorus Siculus. 243, according to Herodotus. As it is, the Greek story has it that no sooner was Dionysus born than Zeus sewed him up in his thigh and carried him away to Nysa in Ethiopia beyond Egypt, and as for Pan, the Greeks do not know what became of him after his birth. It is therefore plain to me that the Greeks learned the names of these two gods later than the names of all the others, and trace the birth of both to the time when they gained the knowledge. Herodotus, Histories 2.146.2. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Bacchus and Ampellos by Francesco Rieti, 1782. Bacchus and Ampelus. Pre-1865 image of a Renaissance, partly Roman, statue in the Galleria degli Uffizi, Florence. The Bibliotheca seems to be following Pherecydes, who relates how the infant Dionysus, god of the grapevine, was nursed by the rain nymphs, the Hyades at Nysa. Young Dionysus was also said to have been one of the many famous pupils of the centaur Chiron. According to Ptolemechanus in the library of Photius, Dionysus was loved by Chiron, from whom he learned chants and dances, the Bacchic rites and initiations. 244. Travels and invention of wine, edit. When Dionysus grew up, he discovered the culture of the vine and the mode of extracting its precious juice, being the first to do so. 245, but Hera struck him with madness, and drove him forth a wanderer through various parts of the earth. In Phrygia the goddess Cybele, better known to the Greeks as Rhea, cured him, and taught him her religious rites, and he set out on a progress through Asia, teaching the people the cultivation of the vine. The most famous part of his wanderings is his expedition to India, which is said to have lasted several years. According to a legend, when Alexander the Great reached a city called Nysa, near the Indus River, the locals said that their city was founded by Dionysus in the distant past and their city was dedicated to the god Dionysus. 246. These travels took something of the form of military conquests, according to Diodorus Siculus. He conquered the whole world except for Britain and Ethiopia. 247. Another myth according to Nonnus involves Ampelus, a satyr, who was loved by Dionysus. As related by Ovid, Ampelus became the constellation Vindemeter, or the grape gatherer. 248. Not so will the grape gatherer escape thee. The origin of that constellation also can be briefly told. 'Tis said that the unshorn Ampelus, son of a nymph and a satyr, was loved by Bacchus on the Ismarian hills. Upon him the god bestowed a vine that trailed from an elm's leafy boughs, and still the vine takes from the boy its name. While he rashly culled the gaudy grapes upon a branch, he tumbled down, Liber bore the lost youth to the stars. Another story of Ampelus was related by Nonnus. In an accident foreseen by Dionysus, the youth was killed while riding a bull maddened by the sting of a gadfly sent by Selene, the goddess of the moon. The fates granted Ampelus a second life as a vine, from which Dionysus squeezed the first wine. 249. Return to Greece, edit. Returning in triumph to Greece after his travels in Asia, Dionysus came to be considered the founder of the triumphal procession. He undertook efforts to introduce his religion into Greece, but was opposed by rulers who feared it, on account of the disorders and madness it brought with it. In one myth, adapted in Euripides' play The Bacchae, Dionysus returns to his birthplace, Thebes, which is ruled by his cousin Pentheus. Pentheus, as well as his mother Agave and his aunts Ino and Autono, disbelieve Dionysus' divine birth. Despite the warnings of the blind prophet Tiresias, they deny his worship and denounce him for inspiring the women of Thebes to madness. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Badak Shan Patera, Triumph of Bacchus, 1st–4th century. 250, British Museum. Pentheus torn apart by Agave and Ino. Attic red figurlicanes. Cosmetic spole, lid, c. 454–5. BC, Louvre. Lycurgus trapped by the vine, on the Lycurgus cup. Dionysus uses his divine powers to drive Pentheus insane, then invites him to spy on the ecstatic rituals of the Maenads, in the woods of Mount Cithaeron. Pentheus, hoping to witness a sexual orgy, hides himself in a tree. The Maenads spot him. Maddened by Dionysus, they take him to be a mountain-dwelling lion and attack him with their bare hands. Pentheus' aunts and his mother Agave are among them, and they rip him limb from limb. Agave mounts his head on a pike and takes the trophy to her father Cadmus. Euripides' description of this sparagmos was as follows. But she was foaming at the mouth, her eyes rolled all around, her mind was mindless now. Held by the god, she paid the man no heed. She grabbed his left arm just below the elbow, wedging her foot against The victim's ribs she ripped his shoulder off, not by mere force, the god made easy everything they touch. On his right arm worked Ino, ripping flesh, Ortono, and the mob of Maenads griped him, screaming as one. While he had breath, he cried, but they were whooping victory calls. One took an arm, a foot, another, boot and all. They stripped his torso bare, staining their nails with blood, then tossed balls of flesh around. Pentheus' body lies in fragments now, on the hard rocks, and mingled with the leaves. Buried in the woodland, hard to find. His mother stumbled across his head, poor head. She grabbed it and fixed it on her thyrsus, like a lion's, to wave in joyful triumph at her hunt. 251. The madness passes. Dionysus arrives in his true, divine form, banishes Agave and her sisters, and transforms Cadmus and his wife Harmonia into serpents. Only Tiresias is spared. 252. In the Iliad, when King Lycurgus of Thrace heard that Dionysus was in his kingdom, he imprisoned Dionysus' followers, the Maenads. Dionysus fled and took refuge with Thetis, and sent a drought which stirred the people to revolt. The god then drove King Lycurgus insane and had him slice his own son into pieces with an axe, in the belief that he was a patch of ivy, a plant holy to Dionysus. An oracle then claimed that the land would stay dry and barren as long as Lycurgus lived, and his people had him drawn and quartered. Appeased by the king's death, Dionysus lifted the curse. 253, 254, in an alternative version, sometimes depicted in art, Lycurgus tries to kill Ambrosia, a follower of Dionysus, who was transformed into a vine that twined around the enraged king and slowly strangled him. 255. Captivity and Escape, edit. The Homeric hymn 7 to Dionysus recounts how, while he sat on the seashore, some sailors spotted him, believing him a prince. They attempted to kidnap him and sail away to sell him for ransom or into slavery. No rope would bind him. The god turned into a fierce lion and unleashed a bear on board, killing all in his path. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. North African Roman mosaic. Panther Dionysus scatters the pirates, who are changed to dolphins, except for Acoetes, the helmsman, 2nd century AD. Bardo National Museum. Relief of Dionysus. Nagarjunakonda. Southern India, 3rd century. He has a light beard, is semi-nude, and carries a drinking horn. There is a barrel of wine next to him. 258, 259. Those who jumped ship were mercifully turned into dolphins. The only survivor was the helmsman, Acoetes, who recognized the god and tried to stop his sailors from the start. 256. In a similar story, Dionysus hired a Tyrrhenian pirate ship to sail from Icaria to Naxos. When he was aboard, they sailed not to Naxos but to Asia, intending to sell him as a slave. This time the god turned the mast and oars into snakes, and filled the vessel with ivy and the sound of flutes, so that the sailors went mad and, leaping into the sea, were turned into dolphins. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Bacchus begins this story as a young child found by the pirates, but transforms to a divine adult when on board. Many of the myths involve Dionysus defending his godhead against skeptics. Malcolm Bull notes that it is a measure of Bacchus's ambiguous position in classical mythology that he, unlike the other Olympians, had to use a boat to travel to and from the islands with which he is associated. 257. Paula Carent notes that in many sources, the incident with the pirates happens towards the end of Dionysus' time among mortals. In that sense, it serves as final proof of his divinity and is often followed by his descent into Hades to retrieve his mother, both of whom can then ascend into heaven to live alongside the other Olympian gods. 17. Descent to the Underworld, edit. Pausanias, in Book 2 of his description of Greece, describes two variant traditions regarding Dionysus' catabasis, or descent into the underworld. Both describe how Dionysus entered into the afterlife to rescue his mother Semele, and bring her to her rightful place on Olympus. To do so, he had to contend with the hell-dog Cerberus, which was restrained for him by Heracles. After retrieving Semele, Dionysus emerged with her from the unfathomable waters of a lagoon on the coast of the Argolid near the prehistoric site of Lerna, according to the local tradition. 260. This mythic event was commemorated with a yearly nighttime festival, the details of which were held secret by the local religion. According to Paula Carent, the emergence of Dionysus from the waters of the lagoon may signify a form of rebirth for both him and Semele as they re-emerged from the underworld. 17. 261. A variant of this myth forms the basis of Aristophanes' comedy The Frogs. 17. According to the Christian writer Clement of Alexandria, Dionysus was guided in his journey by Prasymnus or Polymnus, who requested, as his reward, to be Dionysus' lover. Prasymnus died before Dionysus could honor his pledge, so to satisfy Prasymnus' shade, Dionysus fashioned a phallus from a fig branch and penetrated himself with it at Prasymnus' tomb. 262, 263. This story survives in full only in Christian sources, whose aim was to discredit pagan mythology, but it appears to have also served to explain the origin of secret objects used by the Dionysian mysteries. 264. This same myth of Dionysus' descent to the underworld is related by both Diodorus Siculus in his 1st century BC work Bibliotheca Historica, and Pseudo-Apollodorus in the 3rd book of his 1st century AD work Bibliotheca. In the latter, Apollodorus tells how after having been hidden away from Hera's wrath, Dionysus traveled the world, opposing those who denied his godhood, finally proving it when he transformed his pirate captors into dolphins. After this, the culmination of his life on earth was his descent to retrieve his mother from the underworld. He renamed his mother Thin, and ascended with her to heaven, where she became a goddess. 265. In this variant, explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Bacchus and Ariadne by Titian. At the National Gallery in London. Bacchus and Ariadne, 1822, by Antoine-Jean Gros. Of the myth, it is implied that Dionysus must prove his godhood to mortals and then also legitimize his place on Olympus by proving his lineage and elevating his mother to divine status, before taking his place among the Olympic gods. 17. Secondary myths, edit. Midas' Golden Touch, edit. Dionysus discovered that his old schoolmaster and foster father, Silenus, had gone missing. The old man had wandered away drunk, and was found by some peasants who carried him to their king Midas. Alternatively, he passed out in Midas' rose garden. The king recognized him hospitably, feasting him for 10 days and nights while Silenus entertained with stories and songs. On the 11th day, Midas brought Silenus back to Dionysus. Dionysus offered the king his choice of reward. Midas asked that whatever he might touch would turn to gold. Dionysus consented, though was sorry that he had not made a better choice. Midas rejoiced in his new power, which he hastened to put to the test. He touched and turned to gold an oak twig and a stone, but his joy vanished when he found that his bread, meat, and wine also turned to gold. Later, when his daughter embraced him, she too turned to gold. The horrified king strove to divest the Midas touch, and he prayed to Dionysus to save him from starvation. The god consented, telling Midas to wash in the river Pactolus. As he did so, the power passed into them, and the river sands turned gold. This etiological myth explained the gold sands of the Pactolus. Love affairs, edit. When Theseus abandoned Ariadne sleeping on Naxos, Dionysus found and married her. They had a son named Oenopion, but she committed suicide or was killed by Perseus. In some variants, Dionysus had her crown put into the heavens as the constellation Corona. In others, he descended into Hades to restore her to the gods on Olympus. Another account claims Dionysus ordered Theseus to abandon Ariadne on the island of Naxos, for Dionysus had seen her as Theseus carried her onto the ship and had decided to marry her. Citation needed. Salacantha, a nymph, promised to help Dionysus court Ariadne in exchange for his sexual favors, but Dionysus refused, so Salacantha advised Ariadne against going with him. For this Dionysus turned her into the plant with the same name. 266. Dionysus fell in love with a nymph named Nicaea, in some versions by Eros binding. Nicaea, however. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Dionysus, surrounded by his Theseus, discovers Ariadne asleep at Hypnosa's side. Frescoes in Pompeii. Terracotta head, 4-5th century. Gandhara, modern Pakistan. Show was a sworn virgin and scorned his attempts to court her. So one day, while she was away, he replaced the water in the spring from which she used to drink with wine. Intoxicated, Nicaea passed out, and Dionysus raped her in her sleep. When she woke up and realized what had happened, she sought him out to harm him, but she never found him. She gave birth to his sons Telet, Satyrus, and others. Dionysus named the ancient city of Nicaea after her. 267. In Nonnus's Dionysiaca, Eros made Dionysus fall in love with Aura, a virgin companion of Artemis, as part of a ploy to punish Aura for having insulted Artemis. Dionysus used the same trick as with Nicaea to get her fall asleep, tied her up, and then raped her. Aura tried to kill herself, with little success. When she gave birth to twin sons by Dionysus, Iacchus and another boy, she ate one twin before drowning herself in the Sangurus river. 268. Also in the Dionysiaca, Nonnus relates how Dionysus fell in love with a handsome satyr named Ampellos, who was killed by Selene due to him challenging her. On his death, Dionysus changed him into the first grapevine. 269. Other myths, edit. A third descent by Dionysus to Hades is invented by Aristophanes in his comedy The Frogs. Dionysus, as patron of the Athenian dramatic festival, the Dionysia, wants to bring back to life one of the great tragedians. After a poetry slam, Aeschylus is chosen in preference to Euripides. When Hephaestus bound Hera to a magical chair, Dionysus got him drunk and brought him back to Olympus after he passed out. Citation needed. Caulura was a Caledonian woman who scorned Causus, a priest of Dionysus, who threatened to afflict all the women of Caledon with insanity. See Maynard. The priest was ordered to sacrifice Caulura, but he killed himself instead. Caulura threw herself into a well which was later named after her. Citation needed. Dionysus also sent a fox that was fated never to be caught in Thebes. Creon, king of Thebes, sent Amphitryon to catch and kill the fox. Amphitryon obtained from Cephalus the dog that his wife Procris had received from Minos, which was fated to catch whatever it pursued. Citation needed. Another account about Dionysus's parentage indicates that he is the son of Zeus and Gaia, also named Thenal, foundation, corrupted into Senal. 270, 271. Hyginus relates that Dionysus once gave human speech to a donkey. The donkey then proceeded to challenge Priapus in a contest about which between them had the better penis. The donkey lost. Priapus killed the donkey, but Dionysus placed him among the stars, above the crab. 272, 273. Children, edit. The following is a list of Dionysus' offspring, by various mothers. Beside each offspring, the earliest source to record the parentage is given, along with the century to which the source, in some cases approximately, dates. Offspring mother source date. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Ancient Roman relief in the Museo Archeologico, Naples, depicting Dionysus holding a thyrsus and receiving a libation, wearing an ivy wreath, and attended by a panther. Dionysus on a panther's back. On the left, a Paposilenus holding a tambourine. Cider from a red figure bell-shaped crater, c. 370 BC. A sculpted phallus at the entrance of the temple of Dionysus in Delos, Greece. Iconography and depictions, edit. Symbols, edit. The earliest cult images of Dionysus show a mature male, bearded and robed. He holds a fennel staff, tipped with a pine cone and known as a thyrsus. Later images show him as a beardless, sensuous, naked or half-naked, androgynous youth. The literature describes him as womanly or womanish. 300. In its fully developed form, his central cult imagery shows his triumphant, disorderly arrival or return, as if from some place beyond the borders of the known and civilized. His procession, Theurgus, is made up of wild female followers, Maenads, and bearded satyrs with erect penises. Some are armed with the thyrsus, some dance or play music. The god himself is drawn in a chariot, usually by exotic beasts such as lions or tigers, and is sometimes attended by a bearded, drunken Silenus. This procession is presumed to be the cult model for the followers of his Dionysian mysteries. Dionysus is represented by city religions as the protector of those who do not belong to conventional society, and he thus symbolizes the chaotic, dangerous and unexpected, everything which escapes human reason and which can only be attributed to the unforeseeable action of the gods. 301. Dionysus was a god of resurrection, and he was strongly linked to the bull. In a cult hymn from Olympia, at a festival for Hera, Dionysus is invited to come as a bull, with bullfoot raging. Walter Burkert relates, quite frequently, Dionysus is portrayed with bull horns, and in Kyzikos he has a tauromorphic image, and refers also to an archaic myth in which Dionysus is slaughtered as a bull calf and impiously eaten by the Titans. 302. The snake and phallus were symbols of Dionysus in ancient Greece, and of Bacchus in Greece and Rome. 303, 304, 305, there is a procession called the Phallophoria, in which villagers would parade through the streets carrying phallic images or pulling phallic representations on carts. He typically wears a panther or leopard skin and carries a thyrsus. His iconography sometimes includes Maenads, who wear wreaths of ivy and serpents around their hair or neck. 306, 307, 308. The cult of Dionysus was closely associated with trees, specifically the fig tree, and some of his bynames exhibit this, such as Endendros, he in the tree, or Dendrits, he of the tree. Peters suggests the original meaning as he who runs among the trees, or that of a runner in the woods. Janda, 2010, accepts the etymology but proposes the more cosmological interpretation of he who impels the world tree. This interpretation explains how Nysa could have been reinterpreted from a meaning of tree to the name of a mountain. The axis mundi of Indo-European mythology is represented both as a world tree and as a world mountain. 309. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Marble table support adorned by a group including Dionysos, Pan and a satyr. Dionysos holds a written, drinking vessel, in the shape of a panther. Traces of red and yellow color are preserved on the hair of the figures and the branches, from an Asia Minor workshop, 170–180 AD, National Archaeological Museum, Athens, Greece. Mosaic of Dionysus, 4th century. Fresco of Dionysus from triclinium ceiling of home, incorporated into baths of Caracalla, Rome. Dionysus is also closely associated with the transition between summer and autumn. In the Mediterranean summer, marked by the rising of the dog star Sirius, the weather becomes extremely hot, but it is also a time when the promise of coming harvests grow. Late summer, when Orion is at the center of the sky, was the time of the grape harvest in ancient Greece. Plato describes the gifts of this season as the fruit that is harvested as well as Dionysian joy. Pindar describes the pure light of high summer as closely associated with Dionysus and possibly even an embodiment of the god himself. An image of Dionysus' birth from Zeus' thigh calls him the light of Zeus, Diosphos, and associates him with the light of Sirius. 33. Classical art, edit. The god, and still more often his followers, were commonly depicted in the painted pottery of ancient Greece, much of which made to hold wine. But, apart from some reliefs of Maenads, Dionysian subjects rarely appeared in large sculpture before the Hellenistic period, when they became common. 310. In these, the treatment of the god himself ranged from severe Archasing or Neo-Attic types such as the Dionysius Sardanapalus to types showing him as an indolent and androgynous young man, often nude. 311. Hermes and the infant Dionysius is probably a Greek original in marble, and the Ludovisi Dionysius group is probably a Roman original of the 2nd century AD. Well-known Hellenistic sculptures of Dionysian subjects, surviving in Roman copies, include the Barberini faun, the Belvedere torso, the resting satyr, the Furiotti centaurs and sleeping Hermaphroditus. Reflect related subjects, which had by this time become drawn into the Dionysian orbit. 312. The marble dancer of Pergamon is an original, as is the bronze dancing satyr of Mazzara del Vallo, a recent recovery from the sea. The Dionysian world by the Hellenistic period is a hedonistic but safe pastoral, into which other semi-divine creatures of the countryside have been co-opted, such as centaurs, nymphs, and the gods Pan and Hermaphrodite. 313. Nymph by this stage means simply an ideal female of the Dionysian outdoors, a non-wild bacchant. 314. Hellenistic sculpture also includes for the first time large genre subjects of children and peasants, many of whom carry Dionysian attributes such as ivy wreaths, and most should be seen as part of his realm. They have in common with satyrs and nymphs that they are creatures of the outdoors and are without true personal identity. 315. The 4th century BC Dervini crater, the unique survival of a very large-scale classical or Hellenistic metal vessel of top quality, depicts Dionysius and his followers. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Bacchus by Michelangelo. 1497. Hendrik Goltzius, Sine Sereria. It libero frigit Venus, without Ceres and Bacchus, Venus would freeze. C. 1600 to 1603, the Philadelphia pen painting. Dionysius appealed to the Hellenistic monarchies for a number of reasons. Apart from merely being a god of pleasure, he was a human who became divine. He came from, and had conquered, the East, exemplified a lifestyle of display and magnificence with his mortal followers, and was often regarded as an ancestor. 316. He continued to appeal to the rich of imperial Rome, who populated their gardens with Dionysian sculpture, and by the 2nd century AD were often buried in sarcophagi carved with crowded scenes of Bacchus and his entourage. 317. The 4th century AD Lycurgus cup in the British Museum is a spectacular cage cup which changes color when light comes through the glass. It shows the bound king Lycurgus being taunted by the god and attacked by a satyr. This may have been used for celebration of Dionysian mysteries. Elizabeth Kessler has theorized that a mosaic appearing on the triclinium floor of the House of Arion in Nea Paphos, Cyprus, details a monotheistic worship of Dionysus. 318. In the Mosaic, other gods appear but may only be lesser representations of the centrally imposed Dionysus. The mid-Byzantine Viroli casket shows the tradition lingering in Constantinople around 1000 AD, but probably not very well understood. Early modern art, edit. Bacchic subjects in art resumed in the Italian Renaissance, and soon became almost as popular as in antiquity, but his strong association with feminine spirituality and power almost disappeared, as did the idea that the destructive and creative powers of the god were indissolubly linked. 319. In Michelangelo's statue, 1496–97, madness has become merriment. The statue tries to suggest both drunken incapacity and an elevated consciousness, but this was perhaps lost on later viewers, and typically the two aspects were thereafter split, with a clearly drunk Silenus representing the former, and a youthful Bacchus often shown with wings, because he carries the mind to higher places. 320. Titian's Bacchus and Ariadne, 1522–23. And the Bacchanal of the Andrians. 1523–26, both painted for the same Rome, offer an influential heroic pastoral. 321, while Diego Velázquez in The Triumph of Bacchus, or Los Borrachos the Drinkers, c. 1629, and Giuseppe de Ribera in his Drunken Silenus, choose a genre realism. Flemish Baroque painting frequently painted the Bacchic followers, as in Van Dyck's Drunken Silenus and many works by Rubens. Poussin was another regular painter of Bacchic scenes. 322. A common theme in art beginning in the 16th century was the depiction of Bacchus and Ceres caring for a representation of love, often Venus, Cupid, or Amore. This tradition derived from a quotation by the Roman comedian Terence, c. 195–185 c. 159 BC, which became a popular proverb in the early modern period. Sine Cererit Baccho frigit Venus, without Ceres and Bacchus, Venus freezes. Its simplest level of meaning is that love needs. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. The Triumph of Bacchus, Diego Velázquez, c. 1629. The Triumph of Bacchus by Cornelis de Vos. Food and Wine to Thrive. Artwork based on this saying was popular during the period 1550–1630, especially in Northern Mannerism in Prague and the Low Countries, as well as by Rubens. Because of his association with the vine harvest, Bacchus became the god of autumn, and he and his followers were often shown in sets depicting the seasons. 323. Modern Literature and Philosophy, edit. Dionysus has remained an inspiration to artists, philosophers and writers into the modern era. In The Birth of Tragedy, 1872, the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche proposed that a tension between Apollonian and Dionysian aesthetic principles underlay the development of Greek tragedy. Dionysus represented what was unrestrained, chaotic and irrational, while Apollo represented the rational and ordered. This concept of a rivalry or opposition between Dionysus and Apollo has been characterized as a modern myth, as it is the invention of modern thinkers like Nietzsche and Johann Joachim Winckelmann, and is not found in classical sources. However, the acceptance and popularity of this theme in Western culture has been so great, that its undercurrent has influenced the conclusions of classical scholarship. 324. Nietzsche also claimed that the oldest forms of Greek tragedy were entirely based upon the suffering Dionysus. In Nietzsche's 1886 work Beyond Good and Evil, and later The Twilight of the Idols, The Antichrist and Ecce Homo, Dionysus is conceived as the embodiment of the unrestrained will to power. Towards the end of his life, Nietzsche famously went mad. He was known to sign letters as both Dionysus and the Crucified in this period of his life. In The Hellenic Religion of the Suffering God, 1904, and Dionysus and Early Dionysianism, 1921, the poet Vyacheslav Ivanov elaborates the theory of Dionysianism, tracing the origins of literature and tragedy in particular to ancient Dionysian mysteries. Ivanov said that Dionysius' suffering was the distinctive feature of the cult, just as Christ's suffering is significant for Christianity. 325. Karl Kerényi characterizes Dionysius as representative of the psychological life force, Greek Zoe. 326. Other psychological interpretations place Dionysius' emotionality in the foreground, focusing on the joy, terror or hysteria associated with the god. 327, 328, 329, 330, 331. Sigmund Freud specified that his ashes should be kept in an ancient Greek vase painted with Dionysian scenes. From his collection, which remains on display at Golders Green Crematorium in London. J. M. Tolcher's autobiography, Poof, 2023, features Dionysius as a character and a force of modern liberation in Australia, incorporating traditional myth and Nietzschean philosophy to represent queer suffering. 332. Dionysius as Tolcher is a convincing and sympathetic anti-hero. His crimes, figurative and literal, have rationales, they are reparations, they are specific acts of rebellion, with a focus on, above all, survival. His substance abuse is a symptom of the escapism of all outcast subcultures, a grasp, however doomed, against nihilistic despair. Poof is Tolcher's barbaric yawp, a throat-tearing shriek that is meant to ring in its reader's ears long after. This is what the silence of heteronormative, wasp respectability costs for queer people, this is the price of ignorance on a human body and psyche. 333. Modern film and performance art, edit. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Las Encantadas Dionysius, large relief from the Agora of Thessalonica, now in the Louvre. Walt Disney depicted Bacchus in the pastoral segment of the animated film Fantasia, as a Silnus-like character. In 1969, an adaptation of the Bacchae was performed, called Dionysius in 69. A film was made of the same performance. The production was notable for involving audience participation, nudity, and theatrical innovations. 334. In 1974, Stephen Sondheim and Bert Shevlov adapted Aristophanes' comedy The Frogs into a modern musical, which hit Broadway in 2004 and was revived in London in 2017. The musical keeps the descent of Dionysius into Hades to bring back a playwright. However, the playwrights are updated to modern times, and Dionysus is forced to choose between George Bernard Shaw and William Shakespeare. 335. In 2006, the Orion Experience, in the album Cosmic Candy, included a song titled Cult of Dionysus. The song invokes themes from the god's cult. The entire album is described as short, sharp, and ultimately memorable, glowing, with a long-forgotten disco synth energy. 336. The song overall plays upon the god's themes of being devious and rebelling against social norms. In 2014, Dionysus was featured in Smite as a playable god under his Roman Bacchus name. In 2018, Dionysus was featured in Hades, an indie roguelike action dungeon crawler video game developed and published by Supergiant Games. He is one of the cousins of the protagonist and playable character, Zagreus, who is trying to escape the underworld and find his mother whilst his father, Hades, tries to stop him. Dionysus offers boons and assists the son of Hades in his attempts to escape from the underworld. All of his boons and powers are based on his key traits from his mythos, focusing on alcohol-related abilities and negative effects on enemies to assist the protagonist. His characterization in the game nods back to a lot of his stories and traits from the history of the character. His interactions with other gods also highlight his character as mischievous, a lover of festivities and of course, wine. There is also the reference of the protagonist having the name Zagreus, considered to be the first birth of Dionysus. He is voiced by Cyrus Nemati. In 2018, the Australian musical project Dead Can Dance released an album entitled Dionysus. Musician Brendan Perry described the inspiration for the album as a trance-like, Dionysian experience he had at a festival during a trip to rural Spain. It's the spring festivals like that one where you see the real remnants of Dionysian festivals. They're all over the Mediterranean in remote places where Christian influence hasn't been as great. People wear masks and dance in circles almost like time has stood still in their celebrations. Perry chose to employ Mediterranean folk instruments that mimic natural sounds in addition to a vocal chorus, in order to evoke the atmosphere of an ancient festival. 337. In 2019, the South Korean boy band BTS released a rap-rock synth-pop hip-hop track. 208, 338, named Dionysus, as part of their album Map of the Soul, Persona. The naming of this song comes from the association of the namesake with debauchery and excess. This is reflected in its lyrics talking about getting drunk on art playing on the Korean words for alcohol, sul, and art. Yi-sul, as an example alongside expressions about explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Hanging with Dionysian figures from Antinopolis, 5th-7th century. Metropolitan Museum of Art. Bacchus, Simeon Solomon. 1867. Their stardom, legacy, and artistic integrity. The band's leader RM in a press release described the song as the joy and pain of creating something and an honest track. 339. In 2024, French actor and singer Philippe Catherine portrayed a blue and near-naked Dionysus at the 2024 Summer Olympics opening ceremony in France. The portrayal was part of what many believed was part of a recreation of the Last Supper with drag queens. 340, 341, others viewed him as similar to Belgian comic character Papa Smurf. 342, however, the ceremony's artistic director, Thomas Joly, and the International Olympic Committee insist that depiction was in fact inspired by a 17th-century Dutch painting of the Greek Olympian gods, the Feast of the Gods, painted by the artist Jan van Bijlert between 1635 and 1640. However, this contradicts a statement from the Paris 2024 producers. For the festivities segment, Thomas Joly took inspiration from Leonardo da Vinci's famous painting to create the setting. 343. Parallels with Christianity, edit. Main articles: Dionysus in Comparative Mythology and Jesus Christ in Comparative Mythology. Numerous scholars have compared narratives surrounding the Christian figure of Jesus with those associated with Dionysus. Death and Resurrection, edit. Some scholars of comparative mythology identify both Dionysus and Jesus with the dying and rising god mythological archetype. 344. On the other hand, it has been noted that the details of Dionysus' death and rebirth are starkly different both in content and symbolism from Jesus. The two stories take place in very different historical and geographic contexts. Also, the manner of death is different. In the most common myth, Dionysus was torn to pieces and eaten by the Titans, but eventually restored to a new life from the heart that was left over. 345, 346. Trial, edit. Another parallel can be seen in the Bacchae, where Dionysus appears before King Pentheus on charges of claiming divinity, which is compared to the New Testament scene of Jesus being interrogated by Pontius Pilate. 347, 348, 349. However, a number of scholars dispute this parallel, since the confrontation between Dionysus and Pentheus ends with Pentheus dying, torn into pieces by the mad women, whereas the trial of Jesus ends with him being sentenced to death. The discrepancies between the two stories, including their resolutions, have led many scholars to regard the Dionysus story as radically different from the one about Jesus, except for the parallel of the arrest, which is a detail that appears in many biographies as well. 350. Other parallels, edit. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. E. Kessler has argued that the Dionysian cult developed into strict monotheism by the 4th century AD, together with Mithraism and other sects. The cult formed an instance of pagan monotheism in direct competition with early Christianity during late antiquity. 351. Scholars from the 16th century onwards, especially Gerard Vossius, also discussed the parallels between the biographies of Dionysus/Bacchus and Moses. Vossius named his sons Dionysius and Isaac. Such comparisons surface in details of paintings by Poussin. 352. John Moles has argued that the Dionysian cult influenced early Christianity, and especially how Christians understood themselves as a new religion centered around a savior deity. In particular, he argues that the account of Christian origins in the Acts of the Apostles was heavily influenced by Euripides the Bacchae. 344. Moles also suggests that Paul the Apostle may have partially based his account of the Lord's Supper, 353, on the ritual meals performed by members of the Dionysian cult. 344, 96. Gallery, edit. Dionysus in art. Bronze statue of infant Bacchus, 1st century AD, Getty. Villa. Roman marble. Sarcophagus with the Triumph of Dionysos and the Seasons. Circa 260–270 AD. Triumph of Dionysius Bacchus of Older. 2nd cent. AD, Nam. The Dionysius Cup, a 6th century BC kylix. With Dionysius sailing with the pirates he transformed to dolphins. Dionysius holding an egg and a cock. Terracotta from Tanagra, Greece, c. 350 BC. Dionysos riding a leopard, Macedonian. Mosaic from Pella, Greece, 4th century BC. Statue of Dionysius. Sardana Palace. Museo Palazzo. Massimo al Terme. Rome. Bronze head of Dionysius, 50 BC 50 AD, in the British Museum, 354. Statue of Dionysius in Remick, Luxembourg. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. A Bacchus-themed table, the top was made in Florence, c. 1736, and the gilded wood base in Britain or Ireland, circa 1736–1740. Head of a Dionysian statue, 310–290 BC. Palatine Museum. Bacchus Giovanni. Francesco Romanelli. 17th century. Dionysian amphora, Dionysian jug. Terracotta vase in the shape of Dionysius. Head, circa 410 BC. On display in the ancient Agora Museum in Athens. Housed in the Stoa of Attalus. Amphora with cult mask of Dionysius, by the Antimens. Painter, around 520 BC, Alts Museum. Marble head of Dionysius, from the Gymnasium of Salamis, 2nd century AD, Cyprus. Museum, Nicosia. Cyprus. Cult mask of Dionysius from Plataea, 4th century BC. Marble statuette of Dionysos, early 3rd century B.C. Metropolitan Museum. Herm with Dionysius's head from Eleutherna. Genealogy, edit. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Hide, Dionysius's family tree, 355. Uranus Gaia. Uranus's genitals Cronus Rhea. Zeus Hera Poseidon Hades Demeter Hestia. A. 356. B. 357. Ars Hephaestus. Metis. Athena, 358. Leto. Apollo Artemis. Maya. Hermes. Semel. Dionysius. Dion. A. 359. B. 360. Aphrodite. See also, edit. Meth, goddess of drunkenness. Alpos and Nonnus. Anthesteria, Ascolia, Dionysia and Lena. Dionysian mysteries and cult of Dionysus. Pan, god, Ampelos, Cybele and Silnus. Theatre of Dionysus. Notes, edit. 1 Another variant, from the Spanish Royal Collection, is at the Museo del Prado, Madrid, illustration. 2 Rosemary Taylor Perry, 2003. The God Who Comes, Dionysian Mysteries Revisited. Algora Press. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 3 Hedrine, Guy Michael. Silence in Attic Black Figure Vase Painting, Myth and Performance. University of Michigan Press. 1992. ISBN 9780472102952. P1. 4 James, Edwin Oliver. The Tree of Life, An Archaeological Study. Brill Publications. 1966 p. 234. ISBN 9789004016125. 5 In Greek both votary and god are called Bacchus. Burkert, p. 162. For the initiators Bacchus, see Euripides. Bacchae 491. For the god, who alone is Dionysus, see Sophocles, Oedipus Rex 211 and Euripides, Hippolytus 560. 6 Xapo, Eric, the 3rd of August 2016. The Theology of the Dionysia and Old Comedy. In Idinal, Esther, ed. Theologies of Ancient Greek Religion. New York, Cambridge University Press. p. 118. ISBN 978-1-316-71521-5. 7 Olszewski, E. 2019. Dionysius's Enigmatic Theosis. Proceedings of the American Philosophical Society, 163, 2. 153173. 8 Sutton, p2, mentions Dionysius as the liberator in relation to the city Dionysia festivals. In Euripides, Bacchae 379. 385, he holds this office, to join in dances, 380, to laugh with the flute, and to bring an end to cares, whenever the delight of the grape comes at the feasts of the gods, and in ivy-bearing banquets the goblet sheds sleep over men. 9 Thomas McEvilley, The Shape of Ancient Thought, Ulsworth Press, 2002, pp. 118121. Google Books Preview. 10 Reginald Pepys Winnington Ingram, Sophocles, An Interpretation, Cambridge University Press, 1980, p. 109. Google Books Preview. 11 Zofia H. Archibald, In Goka Usit Sklads, ed., Ancient Greeks West and East, Brill, 1999, pp. 429 ff. Google Books Preview. 12 Rosemary Taylor Perry, 2003. The God Who Comes, Dionysian Mysteries Revisited. Algora Press. 13 A. B. Julian, Trans. By Emily Wilmer Cave Wright. To the Cynic Heracleios. The Works of the Emperor Julian, Volume 2. 1913, Loeb Classical Library. 14 A. B. C. D. E. F. G. Ilacarinii, Cornelia, Watson, Wilfred G. E. 2007. An Iconography in Process. Dionysos in Archaic Greece. Brill. pp. 516. JSTOR 10.1063/J.CTT1W76W9X.7. 15 A.B. Brockett, Oscar Gross, 1968. History of the Theatre. Boston, Allin and Bacon. pp. 1826. 16 Ryu, Xavier, 1999. Dionysusism and Comedy. Rowman and Littlefield. p. 105. ISBN 9780847694426. 17 ABCDE Current, Paula. 2012. Dionyso y los Dying Gods, Paralelos Metodológicos. Tesis doctoral, Universidad Complutense de Madrid. 18 ABCD Beeks 2009, p. 337. 19 AB Paloma, Thomas G. University of Texas at Austin, 1998. 20 John Chadwick, The Mycenaean World, Cambridge University Press, 1976, pp. 99 ff, but Dionysos surprisingly appears twice at Pylos, in the form Dionysos, both times irritatingly enough on fragments, so that we have no means of verifying his divinity. 21 The linear B word Dionyso. Paleolexicon. Word study tool of ancient languages. 22 AB Rimo, K.A. The 2nd of November, 2012. Cania linear B transliterations. Minoan linear and Mycenaean linear. B. Mediterranean. Possible evidence of human sacrifice at Minoan Shania. Archaeology News Network. 2014. Archived from the original on the 17th of March, 2014. Retrieved the 17th of March, 2014. Rimo, K.A. Cania KHGQ Linear B. Series. Minoan Linear and Mycenaean Linear B Mediterranean. KH5GQ, 1. CMOS, Database of Mycenaean. At Oslo. University of Oslo. 23 The linear B word Diwo. Paleolexicon. 24 Fox, p. 217. The word Dionysos is divisible into two parts, the first originally, compare, while the second is of an unknown signification, although perhaps connected with the name of the Mount Nysa which figures in the story of Lycurgus. When Dionysos had been reborn from the thigh of Zeus, Hermes entrusted him to the nymphs of Mount Nysa, who fed him on the food of the gods, and made him immortal. 25 Testimonia of Theacids in an early 5th century BC fragment, FGRH 3, 178, in the context of a discussion on the name of Dionysius, Nses, ACC. PL. He, Theacids, said, was what they called the trees. 26 Greek word study tool. www.perseus.tufts.edu. 27 AB Martin Nilsson Digestschicht der Griechische Religion, 1967. Volume I, p. 567. 28 Little, Henry George, Scott, Robert, A Greek-English Lexicon at the Perseus Project. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 29 Myths of Greece and Rome, by Jane Harrison, 1928. 30 This is the View of Garcia Raymond, 1987, and Peters, 1989, summarized and endorsed in Janda, 2010:20. 31 carat AB Nonus, Dionysus Aka 9.2024. 32 carat Suda SV. 33 carat ABCDEFG Kerenii, Carl. 1976. Dionysius. Trans. Ralph Mannheim, Princeton University Press. ISBN 0691029156. 978-0691029153. 34 carat Dinos. British Museum. Retrieved 18 July 2022. 35 carat Janssen, Horst Waldemar, Janssen, Anthony F. 2004. Tuborg, Sarah, Moore, Julia, Oppenheimer, Margaret, Castro. Anita, eds. History of Art, The Western Tradition. Volume 1, Revised 6th ed. Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, Pearson. Education. p. 105. ISBN 0-13-182622-0. 36 carat Pausanias, 8.39.6. 37 carat Stephanus of Byzantium, SV. 38 carat used thus by Ausonius, Epigrams, 29, 6, and in Catullus, 29, Celi M. Fratantuno, Neville's Society, Caesar. Mamma, and the Snow of Catullus c. 57, Quaderni Urbinati di Cultura Classica, New Series, Volume 96, Number 3. 2010, p. 107, Note 2. 39 carat Smith, SV. Egabolus, Pausanias, 9.8.12. 40 carat ABC Stephan, Christian. Sudas. Religion in Geschichte und Gegenwart. Du, 10.1163/2405. 8262_RGG4_sim_0258553. 41 carat Sudas SV. Androgynos, androgynous, a word applied to Dionysos, as one doing both active, male things and passive, female ones, specifically sexual intercourse. 42 carat Greek word study tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 43 carat Owen rod, Psyche, p. 269. 44 carat Smith, William, 1870, Dictionary of Greek and Roman Biography and Mythology, Vol. 1 p. 470, retrieved 11. November 2022. 45 carat Nilsson Volley, p. 571. 46 carat Greek word study tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 47 carat Harrison, Prolegomena p. 414. 48 carat A Dictionary of Greek and Roman Biography and Mythology, Bryceus. 49 carat Aristid.or.41. 50 carat Maca.Saturday.I.18.9. 51 carat for a parallel cinema /psush/anima. The core meaning is wind as breath /spirit. 52 carat bulls in antiquity were said to roar. 53 carat Blackwell, Christopher W. Blackwell, Amy Hackney, 2011. Mythology for Dummies. John Wiley and Sons. ISBN 97811805387-4. 54 carat McCown, J.C. A Cabinet of Greek Curiosities, Strange Tales and Surprising Facts from the Cradle of Western Civilization, Oxford University Press, New York, 2013, p. 210. 55 Clement of Alexandria, Exhortation to the Greeks, 92, 82-83, Loeb Classical Library, registration required. Accessed 17 December, 2016. 56 Kereni I 1967, Kereni I 1976. 57 Sudas SV. Kistophorus, basket bearer, ivy bearer. It seems that baskets were sacred to Dionysus and the two goddesses, Demeter and Persephone. Nb. Derived from Harpocration SV Kitophorus, the ivy bearer. 58 How, Lisa Irene, 1 July, 2016, Diodorus Siculus, Moral History from Herodotus to Diodorus Siculus, Edinburgh. University Press, Do. 10.3000/Edinburgh/97814441173.003.0003, ISBN 978-1-4744-1107-3. 59 Sudas SV. Demeter, twice born, Dionysos. 60 Diodorus Siculus, Library of History 3. 62-5, trans. Old Father, Greek historian C1 St BC. Dionysos was named twice born, Demeter, by the ancients, counting it as a single and first birth when the plant is set in the ground and begins to grow, and as a second birth when it becomes laden with fruit and ripens its grape clusters, the god thus being considered as having been born once from the earth and again from the vine. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 61 A Dictionary of Greek and Roman Biography and Mythology, Dendrites. 62 Janda, 2010, 1644. 63 Kereni I 1976, p. 286. 64 Jameson 1993, 53. Compare Note 16 for suggestions of Devereux on Inorches. 65 Rees, Steve. The epithet in Nonnus Dionysiaca Philologus, Zeitschrift für Antike Literatur und Ihre. Reception 145, 2001, 357359, explains Nonnus' use of this epithet at Dionysiaca 23.28 as a translation of the moribund Homeric epithet, which in Cyprian means good running. 66 Soul Search. cs.uk.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 67 Greek Word Study Tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 68 Greek Anthology, Volume 3, Book 9, Chapter 524. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 69 Vasnell, H.S. 2015. Inconsistencies in Greek and Roman Religion, Transition and Reversal in Myth and Ritual. Volume 1, Turnus. Isis, Dionysos, Hermes. 3 Studies in Henotheism. Brill Publications. p. 119. ISBN 978-90-04. 09266-2. 70 Henry George Liddell, Robert Scott, A Greek-English Lexicon. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 71 Alcaeus, Temple of Zeus, Hera and Dionysus Chemelius, Nilsson vol IP.575. 72 Greek word study tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 73 Greek word study tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. 74 Nilsson vol IP.574. 75 Greek word study tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 76 Pausanias, Description of Greece 9.16.6, Fowler, p. 63. 77 Greek word study tool. www.perseus.tufts.edu. 78 mentioned by Erasmus in the Praise of Folly. 79 Greek word study tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 80 Pausanias 8.54.5. 81 Philostratus the Athenian, Vita Apollonii, Book 2, Chapter 2. www.perseus.tufts.edu. 82 Topos text. Topistics.org. 83 Arian, Anabasis, Book 5, Chapter 1. www.perseus.tufts.edu. 84 Arian, Anabasis, Book 5, Chapter 2. www.perseus.tufts.edu. 85 Sudas, 1705. Suidas. Sudae Lexicon, Grace and Latin. Textum Graecum cum manuscriptis codicibus collatum. Quam plurimis mendis purgavit, notisque perpetuis illustravit, versionem Latinam emilii porti innumeris in locis correxit. Indicesque auctorum and rerum agsit Ludolphus Custerus, Professor Humaniarum Literarum in Gymnasia Regio. Beolinensi. Typis Academicis. OCLC 7446972885. 86 Sudas SV. Oinops, quoting Greek Anthology 6. 44 5 and 7. 22 Oinops, wine dark, so and so, comma. To black, so and so. In the epigrams. From which we poured libations, as much as is right, to wine dark back hose. And the satiroi. But ruddy, oinopo, means, wine-colored, bright or black. Feeding on the ruddy grape cluster of back hose. 87 Henry George Liddell, Robert Scott, A Greek-English Lexicon. www.perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved. 8 June, 2024. Because he had human sacrifices at Chios and Tenedos, Henry George Liddell, Robert Scott. A Greek-English Lexicon. www.perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 8 June, 2024. Eating raw flesh, epith. Of Dionysus, equals. 88 Orphic hymns, XXX. 5, Taylor, Athanasakis and Wolkoff, L2. 7, Taylor, Athanasakis and Wolkoff. 89 Porphyry, on abstinence from animal food, 2. 55 and Note 23, p. 87, also at tertullian.org, with citations to Orphic hymns 6. 5 and Lee. 7 substituted for XXX. 5 and L2. 7. 90 used a Caesari, preparation evangelic, lever 4, text Greek. Ramacle.org. 91 Nilsson vol IP.593. 92 Henry George Liddell, Robert Scott, A Greek-English Lexicon. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 93 Plug.Quest Conviv P683F, Alien VH341, Herodian IP.400 Lens, Nilsson vol IP.584. 94 Greek Word Study Tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 95 Greek Word Study Tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 96 Henry George Liddell, Robert Scott, A Greek-English Lexicon, _ Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 97 Ipsama, January. La Demagie des jeunes du salon pour classe. In Études classiques tome 71, n. 1, Le Time or Fil des Ages, Sun Influences Lectures. 2003 pp. 18-19, footnote NR 47, 25 and 37-38, footnote NR 124. ISSN 0014-200X. 98 Georges, Karl Ernst. Ausführliches Latinisches Deutsches Handwörterbuch. Hanover, August, 1918, Nachdruck. Darmstadt 1998. Band 2. SP 2582. 99 Harrison, Jane Ellen. Themis. Cambridge University Press. 1912 p. 421. 100 Naylor, H. Darnley. Horace Odes and Epodes, A Study in Word Order. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. 1922. p. 37. 101 Putnam, Michael C.J. 1994. Structure and Design in Horace Odes 1. 17. The Classical World. 87, 5357375. Do. 10.2307/435153. JST 435153. 102 Papaioannou, Sophia, 2013. Embracing Virgil's Arcadia, Constructions and Representations of a Literary Topos in The Poetry of the Augustans. In Acta Antiqua 53, 160-161. DOI 10.1553.2013.2-3.2. 103 Humphreys, SC. The Strangeness of Gods, Historical Perspectives on the Interpretation of Athenian Religion. Oxford University Press. 2004 p. 235, footnote NR 34. ISBN 0-19-926923-8. 104 Hasich. Nilsson Volume I. p.584. 105 Henry George Liddell, Robert Scott, A Greek-English Lexicon, Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 106 Greek Word Study Tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved the 6th of February, 2022. 107 Henry George Liddell, Robert Scott, A Greek-English Lexicon. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved the 6th of February, 2022. 108 Euripides. 2019. The Baki. Neeland Media LLC. ISBN 978-1-4209-6184-3. OCLC 1108536627. 109 Dionysus titles and epithets, Ancient Greek Religion. Thea.com. Retrieved the 8th of July, 2020. 110 Heshi. 111 Greek Word Study Tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved the 6th of February, 2022. 112 Greek Word Study Tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved the 6th of February, 2022. 113 Pals.6.26.1. 114 Greek Word Study Tool. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved the 6th of February, 2022. 115 Hasich. Or 116 Henry George Liddell, Robert Scott, A Greek-English Lexicon. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved the 6th of February, 2022. 117 Rosemary Taylor Perry, The God Who Comes, Dionysian Mysteries Revisited. Algora Press 2003, p. 89, compare. Sabazius. 118 Ferguson, Everett, 2003. Backgrounds of Early Christianity. WMB Edmonds Publishing. ISBN 9780802822215. 119 He appears as a likely theonym, divine name, in Linear B tablets as Dionysus, KHGQ5 inscription. 120 McConaughey, B, Nelors, T, Sorgenfree, FC, and Underina, T. 2016. Theatre Histories, An Introduction, 3rd ed. Routledge. 121 A.B. Sir Arthur Pickard Cambridge. The Dramatic Festivals of Athens. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1953, 2nd ed. 1968. ISBN 0-19-814258-7. 122 ABCD Eachism, Hugh, ed. 1911. Anthesteria. Encyclopaedia Britannica. Volume 2, 11th ed. Cambridge. University Press. pp. 93-94. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 123 ABC, Photius, Lexicon, SV Therese Cars. To the doors, cars, it is no longer Anthistria, some authorities. Contented that this is what is said to the crowd of Carian slaves, since at the Anthistria they join in the feast and do not do any work. Therefore, when the festival is over, they send them back out to work with the words, to the doors. Keres, it is no longer Anthistria. Since the souls, Keres, wander about through the city at the Anthistria. 124 Plutarch, Table Talk, 655e. At Athens they inaugurate the new wine on the 11th of the month, and they call the de Pythoigia. 125 carat, Phanodemus, in Athenaeus, Dipnosophists 11456a, frag 12 inches FGRH 325. At the temple of Dionysus in Limni. The marshes, the Athenians bring the new wine from the jars, mix it in honor of the god, and then they drink it themselves. Because of this custom, Dionysus is called Limnios, because the wine was mixed with water and then for the first time drunk diluted. 126 carat AB rice, David G. Stamborf, John E. 2014. Sources for the Study of Greek Religion, corrected edition. Society of Biblical Literature. ISBN 978-1-62837-067-6. OCLC 8934538849. 127 carat Pseudo-Apollodorus, Bibliotheca Library and Epitome, 1.3.2. Orpheus also invented the mysteries of Dionysius. And having been torn in pieces by the Maenads, he is buried in Pieria. 128 carat Dickey, M.W. 1995. The Dionysiac Mysteries. In Pella, ZPE 109, 81-86. 129 carat Jimenez San Cristobal 2012, p. 125, Bowie, A.M., p. 232, Harrison, pp. 545-42. 130 carat Antikensammlung Berlin F. 1961, Beasley Archive 302,354. 131 carat National Etruscan Museum 42,884, Beasley Archive 901770. 132 carat Vesnell, pp. 32 ff. Bowie, A.M., p. 232. 133 carat Jimenez San Cristobal 2012, p. 127, Graph 2005, Iacchus. 134 carat Jimenez San Cristobal 2013, p. 279, Bowie, A.M., pp. 232233, Sophocles, Antigone 1115 1125, 1146 1154. Vesnell, pp. 23-24. Jebb, in his note to line 1146, understands the Sophoclean use of the name Iacchus as specifically denoting the Eleusinian Dionysius. 135 carat Jimenez San Cristobal 2013, pp. 279-280, Bowie, A.M., p. 233, Sophocles, fragment 959 Rat, Lloyd-Jones, pp. 414, 415. 136 carat Encinus Ruggiero, p. 350, Jimenez San Cristobal 2013, p. 282, with N41, Bowie, A.M., p. 233, Euripides, Bacchi. 725. Jimenez San Cristobal also sees possible associations between Iacchus and Dionysius in Euripides, Ion 1074. 1086, the Trojan Women 1230, Cyclops 6871, and Fr 586 Canict, apud Strabo, the 10th of March, 2013, equals Fr 586 Norc. Collard and Crop, pp 56, 57. 137 carat Bowie, E.L., pp. 101110, Fantuzzi, pp. 189, 190, 191, Phi Greek inscriptions, BCH 19, 1895, 393. 138 carat 2124, Bowie, E.L., pp. 101102. 139 carat 2735, Bowie, E.L., p. 102. 140 carat Strabo, the 10th of March, 2010. 141 carat Parker 2005, p. 358, Grimmel, S.V. Eakchus, p. 224, Tripp, S.V. Eakchus, p. 313, Smith 1870, S.V. Eakchus. 142 carat Jimenez San Cristobal 2013, pp. 279280, Diodorus Siculus, 4.4.2, see also 3.64.12. 143 carat Arian, Anabasis of Alexander 2.16.3. 144 carat Lucian, De Saltation, The Dance, 39, Harmon, pp. 250, 251. 145 carat Nonnus, Dionysiaca 48.962968. 146 carat Hard, p. 134, Grimmel, S.V. Eakchus, p. 224, Tripp, S.V. Eakchus, p. 313, Rose, Oxford Classical Dictionary S.V. Eakchus, Scholiast on Aristophanes, Frogs 324, Rutherford 1896, p. 316. 147 carat Markovic, p. 23, Parker 2005, p. 358, Graf 1974, p. 198. 148 carat Markovic, p. 23, Bianchi, p. 18, Graf 1974, p. 198, Ashmolean Museum at Oxford, INV. 1956 to 355. 149 carat Parker 2005, p. 358 n. 139, Lucretius, 4.1168 1169. Arnobius, Adversus Gens 3.10, p. 157, referring to the Lucretius verse, lists the full-breasted Cis's nursing Aeacus as a sight the mind longs to see. Compare with Photius, S.V. and Suda, S.V. Iota 16, which identify Aeacchus with toe. Dionysus at the breast. 150 carat Parker 2005, p. 358 n. 139, Scholiast on Aristides, Volume 3, p. 648 213, 18 Dindorf. 151 carat Gantz, p. 118, Hard, p. 35, Grimmel, S.V. Zagreus, p. 456. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 152 carat McClelland, Norman C. 2010. Encyclopedia of Reincarnation and Karma. McFarland. pp. 76-77. ISBN 978-0. 7864-5675-8. 153 carat Sommerstein, p. 237 n1, Gantz, p. 118, Smith, p. 459. 154 Gantz, p. 118. 155 Gantz, pp. 118119, West 1983, pp. 152154, Linforth, pp. 309311. 156 Kalamachus, fr 643 Pfeffer, equals Euphorion, fr 14 Lightfoot, Gantz, p. 118119, West 1983, p. 151, Linforth, pp. 309310. 157 Kalamachus, fr 43.117 Pfeffer, equals fr 43b.34 Harder, p. 368, Gantz, p. 118, West 1983, pp. 152153. Linforth, p. 310. 158 Linforth, pp. 311, 317318, Plutarch, the E at Delphi 389. 159 Nonnus, Dionysiaca 5.564565. 160 Nonnus, Dionysiaca 6.165. 161 Nonnus, Dionysiaca 10.294. 162 Nonnus, Dionysiaca 39.72. 163 Nonnus, Dionysiaca 44.255. 164 Mackintosh, Jane, Crisp, Peter, Parker, Philip, Gibson, Carey, Grant, R.G. Regan, Sally, October 2014. History of the World in 1000 Objects. New York, D.K. and the Smithsonian. p. 83. ISBN 978-1-4654-2289-7. 165 T. P. Wiseman, Satyrs in Rome. The Background to Horace's Ars Poetica, The Journal of Roman Studies, Volume 78. 1988, p. 7, Note 52. 166 Grimmel, Pierre, The Dictionary of Classical Mythology, Huyler Blackwell, 1996. ISBN 978-0-631-20102-1. 1. 167 A. B. Cicero, De Natura Deorum, 2.60. See also Saint Augustine, De Civitatis Dei, 4.11. 168 C. Pliny, Historia Naturalis, 7.57. E.D. Bostock, at Perseus, Tufts.edu. 169 A. B. Beard, Mary, The Roman Triumph, The Belknap Press of Harvard University Press, Cambridge, Mass., and London, England, 2007, pp. 315317. 170 Russell, Bertrand. History of Western Philosophy. Routledge, 1996, p. 25. 171 Kramer, Ross S. Ecstasy and Possession, The Attraction of Women to the Cult of Dionysus. The Harvard Theological Review, Volume 72, 60 January-April 1979. 172 The Bacchic passages in the Roman drama, taken over from their Greek models, presented a pejorative image of the Bacchic cult which predisposed the Romans towards persecution before the consul denounced the cult in 186. Robert Rousell, Liber Dionysus in Early Roman Drama, The Classical Journal, 82, 3, 1987, p. 193. 173 Wiseman, T.P. 1988. Satyrs in Rome. The Background to Horace's Ars Poetica. The Journal of Roman Studies. 78, 113. Do. 10.2307/301447. JSTOR 301,447. S2 SID 1618499654. Certainly it is hard to imagine anything less consistent with Roman mos maiorum than the anarchic hedonism of satyrs. It was precisely libido, that morally subversive aspect of the Bacchic cult, that led to its brutal suppression. 174 Pliny attributes the invention of the triumph to Father Liber, who by Pliny's time was identified with Bacchus and Dionysius. See Pliny, Historia Naturalis, 7.57, ed. Bostock, at Perseus, tufts.edu. 175 A.B. Sallustius, On Gods and the World, Chapter 6. 176 Concilium Constantinopolitanum A 69½ Intralo Habituum. Canon 62. H. Ohm, ed., Acta Conciliarum. Ecumenicorum, Series Secunda 2, Concilium Universale Constantinopolitanum Tertium, Pars 4. ISBN 978-3-11. 030853-2. Berlin/Boston October 2013. 177 Maxwell, Herbert, 1913. The Chronicle of Lanercost, 1272-1346. Glasgow, Scotland, Glasgow, J. MacLehose. pp. 29-30. 178 C.S. Watkins, History and the Supernatural in Medieval England, Cambridge University Press, Cambridge 2007, pp. 88-92. 179 Ash, Geoffrey, 2000. The Hellfire Clubs, A History of Anti-Morality. Gloucestershire, Sutton Publishing. p. 114. ISBN 9780750924023. 180 Bales, Richard, 1889. History of Vinton County, Connecticut. New York, Preston. 181 Najos, A Hearth of Hellenism, The Greek Wheel of the Year. www.ze.gr. Retrieved 24 January 2009. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 182 Christus Pandion Panopoulos, Panagiotismaton Panagiotopoulos, Erymanthos Armyras, Mano Rathamanthis. Meditinos, Editor, Translator, Leslie Meditina, Editor, Translator, Vasilios Chiron Psanctelas. 2014. Hellenic Polytheism, Household Worship. ISBN 1503121887. 183 Dionysius. Neokoroi.org. Neokoroi. Retrieved 3 August 2017. 184 Rutherford 2016, p. 67. 185 Rutherford 2016, p. 69. 186 Dyad. 4.6.3. 187 Herodotus. Histories. George Rawlinson translation. Book 2. 188 Plutarch, Isis and Osiris. Trans. Frank Cole Babbitt, 1936. 189 Campercolau, Alexandros v. 2016. Danos, Greco-Egyptian Mythology and Ptolemaic Kingship. Greek, Roman, and Byzantine Studies. pp. 119122. 190 Scott, Kenneth, 1929. Octavian's Propaganda and Antony's De Suaebrietate, 24th ed. Classical Philology. pp. 133141. 191 Diad. 1.21.13. 192 Heraclitus, encountering the festival of the Phallophoria, in which phalli were paraded about, remarked in a surviving fragment, if they did not order the procession in honor of the god and address the phallus song to him, this would be the most shameless behavior. But Hades is the same as Dionysos, for whom they rave and act like bacchantes. Kerenii 1976, pp. 239-240. 193 Kerenii 1967. 194 Summary of Karl Kerenii. The hymn tells us that Persephone was abducted in Nisaeompedion, or the Nisaean Plain, a plain that was named after the Dionysian mountain of Nysa. Nysa was regarded as the birthplace and first home of Dionysus. The divine marriage of Ploughton and Persephone was celebrated on the meadow. The dangerous region that Cora let herself be lured to in search of flowers was likely not originally connected to Ploughton but to Dionysus, as Dionysus himself had the strange surname of the Gaping One, though despite this the notion that the wine god in his quality as the lord of the underworld does not appear on the surface of the hymn. People would not be able to detect the hidden meaning if it wasn't for archaic vase portrayals. Eleusi, Archetypal Image of Mother and Daughter, pp. 34-35. The hymn to Demeter later mentions that Queen Metaneira of Eleusi later offers the disguised Demeter a beaker of sweet wine, something that Demeter refuses on the grounds that it would be against Themis, the very nature of order and justice, for her to drink red wine, and she instead invents a new beverage called Kykon to drink instead. The fact that Demeter refuses to drink wine on the grounds that it would be against Themis indicates that she is well aware of who Persephone's abductor is, that it is the subterranean cover name of Dionysus. The critic of the mysteries. The severe philosopher Heraclitus once declared Hades is the same as Dionysos. The subterranean wine god was the ravisher, so how could Demeter accept something that was his gift to mankind? p. 40. 195 Summary of Karl Kerenii. The book later refers to Heracles' initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries so that he may enter the underworld. In the iconography after his initiation, Heracles is shown wearing a fringed white garment with a Dionysian deerskin thrown over it. Cora is shown with her mother Demeter and a snake twined around the mystery basket, foreshadowing the secret, as making friends with snakes was Dionysian, p. 58. The god of the Anthesteria was Dionysius, who celebrated his marriage in Athens amid flowers, the opening of wine jars, and the rising up of the souls of the dead, p. 149. There are two reliefs in a marble votive relief of the 4th century BC. One depicts Cora crowning her mother Demeter, The deities at the second altar are Persephone and her husband Dionysus as the recumbent god. Has the features of the bearded Dionysus rather than of Platon. In his right hand, he raises not a cornucopia, the symbol of wealth, but a wine vessel, and in his left, he bears the goblet for the wine. Over their heads an inscription reads to the god and goddess, pp 151, 152. The fragments of a gilded jar cover of the Kirch type show Dionysus, Demeter, little Plautos, and a curly-haired boy clad in a long garment, one of the first sons of the Eleusinian king. Who was the first to be initiated? On another vase, Dionysus sits on his omphalos with his thyrsos in his left hand. Sitting opposite Demeter, looking at each other severely. Is shown moving from Demeter towards Dionysus, as if trying to reconcile them, p. 162. Luz, archetypal image of mother and daughter. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 196 Summary of Carl Kerenii. and Thea are two different duplications of Persephone. Platon and Theos are duplications of the subterranean Dionysus. The duplication of the mystery god as subterranean father and subterranean son, as father Zagreus and the child Zagreus, husband and son of Persephone, has more to do with the mysteries of Dionysus than with the Eleusinian mysteries. But a duplication of the Chthonian, mystical Dionysus is provided even by his youthful aspect, which became distinguished and classical as the son of Semele from the son of Persephone. Semele, though not of Eleusinian origin, is also a double of Persephone, p. 155. Luz, archetypal image of mother and daughter. 197 Kerenii 1967, p. 40. 198 Kerenii 1976, p. 240. 199 Kerenii 1976, pp. 83, 199. 200 Lloyd, Alan B., 2009. What is a God? Studies in the Nature of Greek Divinity. The Classical Press of Wales. ISBN 978-1905125357. The identification of Hades and Dionysus does not seem to be a particular doctrine of Heracleitos, nor does it commit him to monotheism. The evidence for a cult connection between the two is quite extensive, particularly in southern Italy, and the Dionysiac mysteries are associated with death rituals. 201 Photographic image, JPG. My Favorite Planet.do. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 202 Photographic image, JPG. My Favorite Planet.do. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 203 Photographic image, JPG. Upload.wikimedia.org. 204 AB Summary of Carl Kerenii. These attempts at a reconstruction would remain very fragmentary were we not, in conclusion, to look attentively into the face of the god Eubulus. The lord of the underworld bore this name in the youthful form represented in the statue, ascribed to Praxiteles, which is now in the National Museum at Athens and probably stood originally in the place where it was found, the Plautonion. This youth is Platon himself, radiant but disclosing a strange inner darkness, and at the same time his double and servant, comparable to Hermes or Pais. Besides Kberos or Theos, p. 172. The plentiful hair or long curls suggest rather hadscunicates, hads of the dark hair, p. 173. 205 p. 172. 206 Kerenii, Carl, 1991. Luz, Archetypal Image of Mother and Daughter. Princeton University Press. ISBN 9780691019154. 207 London B. 425, Vaz. Perseus.tufts.edu. Retrieved 6 February 2022. 208 ABCD Taylor Perry, Rosemary, 2003. The God Who Comes, Dionysian Mysteries Revisited. Barnes and Noble. pp. 4. 22, 91, 92, 94, 168. ISBN 9780875862309. 209 ABCD Rigogliosu, Marguerite, 2010. Virgin Mother Goddesses of Antiquity. Palgrave Macmillan. ISBN 978-0-230. 11312-1. 210 British Museum Collection. britishmuseum.org. Retrieved 6 March 2017. 211 British Museum Collection. britishmuseum.org. Retrieved 6 March 2017. 212 Sudas, under Sabazios, Sabw, Sida, David. Notes on 2 epigrams of Philodemus. The American Journal of Philology, 103.2, Summer 1982:208213, pp. 209 ff. 213 Strabo, Geography, 10 March 2015. 214 Diodorus Siculus, 4.4.1. 215 En. Lane has taken pains to dismiss this widespread conflation, Lane, towards a definition of the iconography of Sabazios, Newman 27, 1980:933, and Corpus Cultis Jovis Sabazii, in Etudes Preliminaries Auxiliary Religions Orientals. Dans l'Empire Romain, Conclusions 100.3, Leiden, etc., Brill, 1989. 216 McDonough 1999, pp. 88-90. 217 Sarcophagus depicting the birth of Dionysus. The Walters Art Museum. 218 Diodorus Siculus, 4.4.1. 219 Diodorus Siculus, 4.4.5. 220 Diodorus Siculus, 4.5.2. 221 Dionysius, Greek god of wine and festivity. Thea Greek mythology. Retrieved 1 April 2023. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 222 Diodorus Siculus, 5.75.4, noted by Kerenii 1976, the Cretan core of the Dionysos myth p. 111 n. 213 and pp. 110-114. 223 ABCDE Diodorus Siculus 3.6274. 224 Situla fitting British Museum. The British Museum. 225 Nonnus, Dionysiaca 4. 268 ff. Trans. Rouse. 226 nonus, Dionysiaca 5. 562 ff, trans. Rouse. 227 nonus, Dionysiaca 6. 155 ff, trans. Rouse. 228 Henrix, p61. 229 Meisner, pp. 24950, Graf and Johnston, pp. 1956 N7 to p65. 230 according to Meisner, p 238. Over the last 2 centuries, many scholars have considered this narrative of Dionysius and the Titans to have been the central, defining myth of Orphism. See, for example, Nilsson, p 202, who calls it the cardinal myth of Orphism, and Guthrie, p 107, who describes the myth as the central point of Orphic story. According to Linforth, p 307, it is commonly regarded as essentially and peculiarly Orphic and the very core of the Orphic religion, while Parker 2002, p 495, writes that it has been seen as the Orphic archmyth. 231 according to Gantz, p 118, Orphic sources preserved seem not to use the name Zagreus, and according to West. 1983, p 153, the name was probably not used in the Orphic narrative. Edmonds 1999, p 37n6 says, Lobeck 1892. Seems to be responsible for the use of the name Zagreus for the Orphic Dionysos. As Linforth noticed, it is a curious thing that the name Zagreus does not appear in any Orphic poem or fragment, nor is it used by any author who refers to Orpheus. Linforth 1941, 311. In his reconstruction of the story, however, Lobeck made extensive use of the 5th century epic of Nonnos, who does use the name Zagreus, and later scholars followed his cue. The association of Dionysos with Zagreus appears first explicitly in a fragment of Callimachus preserved in the Etymologicum Magnum, fr. 43.117 p, with a possible earlier precedent in the fragment from Euripides Cretans, fr. 472 Norc. Earlier evidence. However, for example, Alcmaeonis fr. 3 peg, Ischylus fr. 5, 228, suggests that Zagreus was often identified with other deities. 232 West 1983, pp. 73-74, provides a detailed reconstruction with numerous cites to ancient sources, with a summary on p. 140. For other summaries see Morford, p. 311, Hard, p. 35, March, S.V. Zagreus, p. 788, Grimmel, S.V. Zagreus, p. 456, Burkert, pp. 297298, Guthrie, p. 82, also see Ogden, p. 80. For a detailed examination of many of the ancient sources pertaining to this myth see Linforth, pp. 307364. The most extensive account in ancient sources is found in Nonus, Dionysiaca 5.56270, 6.155 ff. Other principal sources include Diodorus Siculus, 3.62.68, equals. Orphic fr. 301 Kern, 3.64.12, 4.4.12, 5.75.4, equals Orphic fr. 303 Kern, Ovid, Metamorphoses 6.110114. Athena Grass of Athens, Legatio 20 Praton, equals Orphic fr 58 Kern, Clement of Alexandria, Protrepticus 2.15 pp. 36. 39 Butterworth, equals Orphic frs 34, 35 Kern, Hyginus, Fabulae 155, 167, Suda sv. See also Pausanias. 7.18.4, 8.37.5. 233 Damasius, Commentary on the Phaedo, I, 170, see in translation Westerinck, the Greek commentaries on Plato's Phaedo, Volume 2, The Prometheus Trust, Westbury, 2009. 234 Diodorus Siculus 3.64.1, also noted by Caroni, 110 Note 214. 235 Hyginus, Fabulae Coxae. 236 Nonnus, Dionysiaca 7. 14 ff, trans. Rouse. 237 Nonnus, Dionysiaca 7. 139 ff, trans. Rouse. 238 Nonnus, Dionysiaca 8. Trans. Rouse. 239 AB Nonnus, Dionysiaca 9. Trans. Rouse. 240 Apollodorus, The Library, with an English translation by Sir James George Fraser, FBA, FRS in 2 volumes. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited 1921. Includes Fraser's notes. ISBN 0-674-99135-4, 0-674-99136-2. 241 Connor, Nancy. The Everything Book of Classical Mythology 2 ed. 242 Homeric Hymn 1 to Dionysius. There is a certain Nysa, mountain high, with forests thick, in Phoenica far, close to Aegyptos, Egypt's, streams. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 243 Diodorus Siculus, Library of History 4. 2-3, trans. Old Father, Zeus taking up the child, i.e. Dionysos from the dead. Body of his mother Semele, handed it over to Hermes, and ordered him to take it to the cave in Nysa, which lay between Phoenicia, Phoenicia, and the Nilos, the river Nile, where he should deliver it to the nymphs, that they should rear it and with great solicitude bestow upon it the best of care. 244 Photius, Library, Ptolemichanus, New History Book 4. 245 Bull, 255. 246 Arian, Anabasis of Alexander 5.1.12.2. 247 Bull, 253. 248 Ovid, Fasti, 3. 407 ff. James G. Fraser, Translator. 249 Nonnus, Dionysiaca 10.175-430, 11, 12.1117, Dalby 2005, pp 55-62. 250 The Diffusion of Classical Art in Antiquity, John Boardman, Princeton University Press 1993, 96 p. 251 Euripides, 2014. Backy. Translated by Robertson, Robin. HarperCollins Publishers. pp. Lines 112-1141. 252 Euripides, Bacchae. 253 Homer, The Iliad, ISBN 978-2-291-06449-7, OCLC 1130228845. 254 Homer, Iliad 6. 129 ff. Trans. Latimore I will not fight against any god of the heaven, since even the son of Dryas, Lycurgus the powerful, did not live long, he who tried to fight with the gods of the bright sky, who once drove the fosterers of Maenomenos, rapturous, Dionysos headlong down the sacred Nisaean hill, and all of them shed and scattered their wands on the ground, stricken with an ox goad by murderous Lycurgus, while Dionysos in terror dived into the salt surf, and Thetis took him to her bosom, frightened, with the strong shivers upon him at the man's blustering. But the gods who live at their ease were angered with Lycurgus, and the son of Cronus, Zeus, struck him to blindness, nor did he live long afterwards, since he was hated by all the immortals. N.B. The reference to the Nisaean hill and the nurses of Dionysus suggests that Homer placed the story in Galatia while the god was still a child. Contrary to subsequent accounts of the myth in which Dionysus is a youth visiting Thrace. 255 British Museum The Lycurgus Cup. britishmuseum.org. 256 Thea.com Homeric Hymn to Dionysus. Thea.com. Retrieved 29 June, 2014. 257 Bull, 245247, 247 quoted. 258 Virad Pandey, M.L. 1981. Ancient Indian and Indo-Greek Theatre. Abhinav Publications. pp. 91-93. ISBN 9788170171478. 259 Carter, Martha L. 1968. Dionysiac Aspects of Kushnat. Ars Orientalis. 7, 121146, Fig. 15. ISSN 0571-1371. JSTA 46292444. 260 Pausanias, Description of Greece Book 2. 261 Current, Paula and Sidney Castillo. 2019. Philology and the Comparative Study of Myths, The Religious Studies Project, podcast transcript. 3 June, 2019. Transcribed by Helen Bradstock. Version 1.1, 28 May, 2019. Available at https://www.religiousstudiesproject.com/podcast/philology and the comparative study of myths/ 262 Clement of Alexandria, Protrepticos, 233-5. 263 Larson, Jennifer, 6 September 2012. Greek and Roman Sexualities, a Sourcebook. Bloomsbury Publishing. p. 44. ISBN 9781441153371. 264 Arnobius, Adversus Gents 5.28, pp 252253, Dalby 2005, pp 108117. 265 Apollodorus, Bibliotheca Book 3. 266 Ptolemy Hephaestion, New History 5, epitomized in Patriarch Photius's Myria Biblon 190.35. 267 carat nonus, Dionysus Aka 16.244280, Memon of Heraclea, History of Heraclea Book 15, as epitomized by Photius of Constantinople in his Myria Biblan 223.28. 268 carat nonus, Dionysus Aka 48.47634, 3 pp 458.48.928936, 3 pp 490, 491. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 269 carat nonus, Dionysus Aka 11. 185 ff, trans. Rouse, Greek epic c5 thad, Ampelos the love of Dionysos rode upon the back of a wild bull happy smiley he shouted boldly to the full-faced moon, Moon, give me best, Selene, horned driver of cattle. Now I am both, I have horns and I ride a bull. So he called out boasting to the round moon. Selene looked with a jealous eye through the air, to see how Amplios rode on the murderous marauding bull. She sent him a cattle chasing gadfly, and the bull, pricked continually all over by the sharp sting, galloped away like a horse through pathless tracts. It threw the boy and gorged him to death. 270 carat Humphreys, SC. The Strangeness of Gods, Historical Perspectives on the Interpretation of Athenian Religion. Oxford University Press. 2004 pp. 264265. ISBN 978-0199269235. 271 carat Beecroft, Alexander J. 9 Fragments in Search of an Author, Poetic Lines Attributed to Tapanda. The Classical Journal 103, No. 3, 2008 225-41 http://www.stable/300379599. 272 carat Hyginus, Astronomica 2.23.3. 273 carat Feldman, Louis H. 1996. Studies in Hellenistic Judaism. Brill. p. 203. ISBN 90-04-10418-6. 274 carat Re, S.V. Charits, Servius, Commentary on Virgil's Aeneid, 1.720. 275 carat Nonus, Dionysus Aka 48.548 ff. 276 carat Grimmel, S.V. Kiramus, p. 96, Pausanias, 1.3.1. 277 carat Re, S.V. Ennius, 1. 278 carat Hard, p. 625 n. 188 to p. 179, Apollodorus, e.1.9, Scholia on Apollonius of Rhodes, 3.997. 279 carat Hard, p. 625 n. 188 to p. 179, Scholia on Apollonius of Rhodes, 3.997. 280 carat Apollodorus, e.1.9. 281 carat Euripides, Cyclops 141145, pp 76, 77. 282 carat Smith, S.V. Fleers, Hyginus, Fabulae 14. 283 carat Pseudo-Plutarch, De Flueis 7. 284 carat Nonus, Dionysus Aka 1.2628, IPP 4, 5, 48.245247, 3 pp 44443, 48.848968, 3 pp 484493. 285 Nonus, Dionysus Aka 48.786855, 3 pp 481485. 286 Pseudo-Plutarch, De Fluiis 24. 287 Pausanias, 2.12.6. 288 Smith, S.V. Fleers, Re, S.V. Chthoniphil. 289 Pausanias, 9.31.2. 290 Re, S.V. Chian, 7, Scholia on Theocritus Idyls 1.21. 291 Hesychius of Alexandria S.V. Propidos. Non-primary source needed. 292 Brills New Pauli, S.V. Tellet. 293 Memon of Heraclea, Apud. Photius, Bibliotheca 223.28, equals BNJ 434 F1. 294 Pausanias, 5.16.7. 295 Anacaean, FR 38 Campbell, pp. 210, 211. 296 Smith, S.V. Sabasius. 297 Strabo, the 10th of March, 2013, quotes the non-extant play Palamedes, which seems to refer to Thysa, a daughter of Dionysus, and her mother as participants of the Bacchic rites on Mount Ida, but the quoted passage is corrupt. 298 Nonus, Dionysus Aka 15.86 ff. 299 Apollodorus, the 1st of September 2016. 300 Otto, Walter F. 1995. Dionysius Myth and Cult. Indiana University Press. ISBN 0-253-20891-2. 301 Danilou, Alan, 1992. Gods of Love and Ecstasy. Rochester, Vermont, Inner Traditions. p. 15. ISBN 9780892813742. 302 Burkert, p. 64. 303 Charlesworth, James, 2010. The Good and Evil Serpent, How a Universal Symbol Became Christianized. Yale University Press. pp. 222223. ISBN 978-0-300-14273-0. 304 Otto, Walter Friedrich, Palmer, Robert B. 1965. Dionysius, Myth and Cult. Indiana University Press. pp. 164166. ISBN 978-0-253-20891-0. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 305 Steinberg, Leo, 2014. The Sexuality of Christ in Renaissance Art and in Modern Oblivion. University of Chicago Press. pp. 47, 83 with footnotes. ISBN 978-0-226-22631-6. 306 March, Jennifer R. 2014. Dictionary of Classical Mythology. Oxbow. pp. 164, 296. ISBN 978-1-78297-635-6. 307 Xapo, Eric, 1997. Riding the Phallus for Dionysus, Iconology, Ritual, and Gender Older / Construction. Phoenix. 51, 3/4 256 257, 253295 10.2307/1192539. JSTA 1192539. 308 Dietrich, B.C. 1958. Dionysius Linnaeus. The Classical Quarterly. 8, 3424448. Do. 10.1000983880002190x. S2 SID 246876495. 309 C. Janda, 2010, 1644 for a detailed account. 310 Smith 1991, 127129. 311 As in the Dionysius and Eros, Naples Archaeological Museum. 312 Smith 1991, 127154. 313 Smith 1991, 127, 131, 133. 314 Smith 1991, 130. 315 Smith 1991, 136. 316 Smith 1991, 127. 317 Smith 1991, 128. 318 Kessler, E. Dionysian Monotheism in Nea Paphos, Cyprus. 319 Bull, 227228, both quoted. 320 Bull, 228232, 228 quoted. 321 Bull, 235238, 242, 247250. 322 Bull, 233235. 323 Bull, page needed. 324 Ilacarenii, C., and Watson, W. 2007. Modern Mythologies, Dionysos vs. Apollo. In Dionysos in Archaic Greece, An Understanding Through Images, pp. 235254. Leiden, Boston, Brill. Retrieved from http://www.jsta.org/sta. BLE/10.1163/J.CTT1W76W9X.13. 325 Rosenthal, Bernice Glatzer, 2007. Chapter 13. A New Spirituality, The Confluence of Nietzsche and Orthodoxy in Russian Religious Thought. In Steinberg, Mark D. and Heather J. Coleman, ed. Sacred Stories, Religion and Spirituality in Modern Russia. Bloomington and Indianapolis, Indiana University Press. p. 344. ISBN 978-0-253-21850. 6. 326 Karenii, K. Dionysius, Archetypal Image of Indestructible Life, Princeton /Bollingen, 1976. 327 Jean Mer, H. Dionysius, Histoire du culte de Bacchus, pp 106ff, Peo, 1951. 328 Johnson, R. Ecstasy, Understanding the Psychology of Joy, HarperCollins, 1987. 329 Hillman, J. Dionysus Reimagined in the Myth of Analysis, pp 271281, HarperCollins, 1972, Hillman, J. Dionysus. In Jung's Writings in Facing the Gods, Spring Publications, 1980. 330 Thompson, J. Emotional Intelligence / Imaginal Intelligence in Mythopoetry Scholar Journal, Vol. 1, 2010. 331 Lopez Pedraza, R. Dionysus in Exile, On the Repression of the Body and Emotion, Chiron Publications, 2000. 332 Tolcher, J.M. 2023. Poof. ISBN 9780646875873. 333 Dayton, P. 2023, August 1. Pain and Prejudice. DNA Magazine, 283, 76-78. 334 Greenspun, Roger, the 23rd of March, 1970. Screen de Palma's Dionysus in 69. New York Times. Retrieved 1 August. 2017. 335 Murray, Matthew. The Frogs. Talking Broadway. Retrieved 2 August, 2017. 336 The Orion Experience, Cosmicandi. PopMatters.com 28 May, 2007. Retrieved 6 February, 2022. 337 Grow, Corey. Dead Can Dance on Awakening the Ancient Instincts Within Rolling Stone, 7 November, 2018. 338 Lipschutz, Jason, 17 April, 2019. How BTS Dionysus Demonstrates the Group's Musical Ambition. Billboard. Retrieved 22 April, 2019. 339 Daily, Rianne, 22 April, 2019. All the biggest talking points from BTS Global Press Conference, Jungkook's Missing. Mixed Up, Sugar's Next Prophecy, and the Meaning Behind Map of the Soul, Persona. NME. Retrieved 17 April. 2019. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 340 Rose, Michelle, 27 July 2024. Paris Ceremony Last Supper Parody Sparks Controversy. Reuters. 341 Paris Olympics organizers sorry for any offense over opening ceremony. 28 July 2024. Retrieved 30 July 2024. 342 Rumsby, Ben, 26 July 2024. Papa Smurf and Flaming Piano's Strangest Moments of Paris Olympics Opening Ceremony. The Telegraph. Retrieved 27 July 2024. 343 Kaloy, Stephanie, 28 July 2024. Paris Olympics producers say The Last Supper inspired that opening ceremony. Scene. Many have done it before. The Wrap. Retrieved 31 July 2024. 344 ABC Moles, John, 2006. Jesus and Dionysus in the Acts of the Apostles and Early Christianity. Herm Athena. 180. Trinity College Dublin, 65104. JSTOR 23041662. 345 Detienne, Marcel. Dionysius slain. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins, 1979. 346 Evans, Arthur. The God of Ecstasy. New York, St. Martin's Press, 1989. 347 Wick, Peter, 2004. Jesus gegen Dionysos. Ein Beitrag zur Kontextualisierung des Johannesevangeliums. Biblica. 85, 2. Rome, Pontifical Biblical Institute, 179198. Retrieved 10 October, 2007. 348 Powell, Barry B., Classical Myth. 2nd ed. With new translations of ancient texts by Herbert M. Howe. Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, Prentice Hall, Inc., 1998. 349 Studies in Early Christology, by Martin Hengel, 2005, p. 331, ISBN 0567042804. 350 Dalby, Andrew, 2005. The Story of Bacchus. London, British Museum Press. 351 E. Kessler, Dionysian Monotheism in Nea Paphos, Cyprus. Symposium on Pagan Monotheism in the Roman Empire. Exeter, 1720 July, 2006. Abstract archived 21 April 2008 at the Wayback Machine. 352 Bull, 24241. 353 1 Core 11:2326. 354 British Museum Statue. britishmuseum.org. 355 This chart is based upon Hesiod's Theogony, unless otherwise noted. 356 According to Homer, Iliad 1.57579, 14.338, Odyssey 8.312. Hephaestus was apparently the son of Hera and Zeus, see Gantz, p. 74. 357 According to Hesiod, Theogony 927929, Hephaestus was produced by Hera alone, with no father, see Gantz, p. 74. 358 According to Hesiod, Theogony 886890, of Zeus's children by his 7 wives, Athena was the first to be conceived, but the last to be born. Zeus impregnated Metis, then swallowed her. Later Zeus himself gave birth to Athena. From his head, see Gantz, pp. 51-52, 83-84. 359 According to Hesiod, Theogony 183200, Aphrodite was born from Uranus's severed genitals, see Gantz, pp. 99. 100. 360 According to Homer, Aphrodite was the daughter of Zeus, Iliad 3.374, 20.105, Odyssey 8.308, 320, and Dion, Iliad 5.37071, see Gantz, pp. 99-100. References, edit. Apollodorus, The Library, with an English translation by Sir James George Fraser, FBA, FRS in 2 volumes, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited, 1921. ISBN 0-674 99135-4. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Aristides ex Recensionsgililmi Dindorfii, Volume 3, Wilhelm Dindorf, Weidmann, G. Reimer, 1829. Hath I Trust? Digital Library. Aristophanes, Frogs, Matthew Dillon, ed., Perseus Digital Library, Tufts University, 1995. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Arnobius of Sicca, The 7 Books of Arnobius Adversus Gens, translated by Archibald Hamilton Bryce and Hugh Campbell, Edinburgh, T. and T. Clark. 1871. Internet Archive. Arion, Anabasis of Alexander, Volume I, Books 1-4, translated by Pierre Brunt. Loeb Classical Library No. 236. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1976. ISBN 978-0-674-99260-3. Online version at Harvard University Press. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Arion, Anabasis of Alexander, Volume 2, Books 5-7, translated by Pierre Brunt. Loeb Classical Library No. 269. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1976. ISBN 978-0-674-99297-9. Online version at Harvard University Press. Beeks, Robert S. P. 2009. Etymological Dictionary of Greek. Brill. ISBN 978-90-04-32186-1. Bowie, A.M., Aristophanes, Myth, Ritual and Comedy, Cambridge University Press, 1993. ISBN 0521440122. Bowie, E.L., Time and Place, Narrative and Speech in Philocus, Philodams and Lemenius in Hymnic Narrative and the Narratology of Greek Hymns, edited by Andrew Faulkner, Owen Hodkinson, Brill, 2015. ISBN 9789004289512. Bull, Malcolm, The Mirror of the Gods, How Renaissance Artists Rediscovered the Pagan Gods, Oxford UP, 2005. ISBN 9780195219234. Burkert, Walter, Greek Religion, Harvard University Press, 1985. ISBN 0-674-36281-0. Campbell, David A., Greek Lyric, Volume 2, Anakaion Tia, Choral Lyric from Olympus to Alkman, Loeb Classical Library No. 143, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1988. ISBN 978-0-674-99158-3. Online version at Harvard University Press. Internet Archive. Clement of Alexandria, The Exhortation to the Greeks. The Rich Man's Salvation. To the Newly Baptized. Translated by G. W. Butterworth. Loeb Classical Library No. 92. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1919. ISBN 978-0-674-99103-3. Online version at Harvard University Press. Internet Archive 1960 edition. Collard, Christopher and Martin Kropp, Euripides Fragments, Oedipus Chrysippus, Other Fragments, Loeb Classical. Library No. 506. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 2008. ISBN 978-0-674-99631-1. Online version at Harvard University Press. Dalby, Andrew, 2005. The Story of Bacchus. London, British Museum Press. ISBN 0-7141-2255-6. Diodorus Siculus, The Library of History. Translated by C. H. Oldfather. 12 volumes. Loeb Classical. Library. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann, Limited 1989. Online version by Bill Thayer. Edmonds, Radcliffe, 1999, Tearing Apart the Zagreus Myth, A Few Disparaging Remarks on Orphism and Original Sin. Classical Antiquity 18, 1999 3573. PDF. Ensinus Riguero, M. Carmen, The Names of Dionysos in Euripides Bacchae and the Rhetorical Language of Tiresias. In Redefining Dionysos, editors, Alberto Bernabe, Miguel Herrero de Jagui, Ana Isabel Jiménez San Cristobal, Raquel. Martin Hernandez. Walter de Gruyter, 2013. ISBN 978-3-11-030091-8. Euripides, Bacchae, translated by Tia Buckley in The Tragedies of Euripides, London. Henry G. Bonn. 1850. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Euripides, Cyclops, in Euripides, with an English translation by David Kovacs, Cambridge. Harvard University Press. Forthcoming. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Euripides, Ion, translated by Robert Potter in The Complete Greek Drama, edited by Whitney J. Oates and Eugene O'Neill, Jr. Volume 1. New York. Random House. 1938. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Euripides, The Trojan Women, in the Plays of Euripides, translated by E. P. Coleridge. Volume I. London. George Bell and Sons. 1891. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Fantuzzi, Marco, Sung Poetry, The Case of Inscribed Paeans in a Companion to Hellenistic Literature, editors, James J. Claus, Martine Kippers, John Wiley and Sons, 2010. ISBN 9781405136792. Fonnell, Louis Richard, The Cults of the Greek States Vol. 5, Clarendon Press, Oxford, 1909. Internet Archive, compare. Chapter 4, Cults of Dionysos, Chapter V, Dionysiac Ritual, Chapter 6, Cult Monuments of Dionysos, Chapter 7, Ideal. Dionysiac Types. Fowler, R.L. 2013, Early Greek Mythography, Volume 2, Commentary, Oxford University Press, 2013. ISBN 978-0198147411. Lightfoot, J. L. Hellenistic Collection, Philetas. Alexander of Italia. Hermesianax. Euphorion. Parthenius. Edited and translated by J. L. Lightfoot. Loeb Classical Library No. 508. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 2010. ISBN 978-0-674-99636-6. Online version at Harvard University Press. Fox, William Sherwood, The Mythology of All Races, V1, Greek and Roman, 1916, General Editor, Louis Herbert Gray. Gantz, Timothy, Early Greek Myth, A Guide to Literary and Artistic Sources, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1996, 2 volumes, ISBN 978-0-8018-5360-9, Volume 1, ISBN 978-0-8018-5362-3, Volume 2. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Graph, F. 1974, Museum die Aufsichtstitung Athens in Vorhellenistischer Zeit, Walter de Gruyter, 1974. ISBN 9783110044980. Graph, F. 2005, Iacchus in Brill's New Pauli, Encyclopedia of the Ancient World. Antiquity, Volume 6, Leiden, Boston. 2005. Graf, Fritz, and Sarah Ilse Johnston, Ritual Texts for the Afterlife, Orpheus and the Bacchic Gold Tablets, Routledge, 2007. ISBN 978-0-415-41550-7. Grimmel, Pierre, The Dictionary of Classical Mythology, Huyler Blackwell, 1996, ISBN 978-0-631-20102-1. Guthrie, W.K.C., Orpheus and Greek Religion, A Study of the Orphic Movement, Princeton University Press, 1935. ISBN 978-0-691-02499-8. Hard, Robin, The Routledge Handbook of Greek Mythology, based on H.J. Rose's Handbook of Greek Mythology. Psychology Press, 2004, ISBN 978-0-415-18636-0. Harder, Annette, Callimachus, Etia, Introduction, Text, Translation and Commentary, Oxford University Press, 2012. ISBN 978-0-19-958101-6. 2-volume set. Google Books. Harrison, Jane Ellen, Prolegomena to the Study of Greek Religion, 2nd edition, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1908. Internet Archive. Henriks, Albert, Dionysos dismembered and restored to life, the earliest evidence, of 59I2, in tracing Orpheus. Studies of Orphic Fragments, pp. 61-68, edited by Miguel Herrero de Jaguiet al. de Gruyter, 2011. ISBN 978-3-110. 26053-3. Online version at de Gruyter. Google Books. Herodotus, Histories, A. D. Godley, Translator, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1920, ISBN 0674991338. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Hesiod, Theogony, in the Homeric Hymns and Homerica with an English translation by Hugh G. Evelyn White. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited 1914. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Homer, The Iliad with an English translation by A.T. Murray, Ph.D. in 2 volumes. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann, Limited 1924. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Homer, The Odyssey with an English translation by A.T. Murray, Ph.D. in 2 volumes. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann, Limited 1919. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Hyginus, Gaius Julius, Fabulae in Apollodorus Library and Hyginus Fabulae, 2 handbooks of Greek mythology. Translated, with introductions by R. Scott Smith and Stephen M. Tatascoma, Hackett Publishing Company, 2007. ISBN 978-0-87220-821-6. Janda, Michael, Die Musik nach dem Chaos, Innsbruck 2010. Jameson, Michael. The Asexuality of Dionysus. Masks of Dionysus. ed. Thomas H. Carpenter and Christopher Farron. Ithaca, Cornell Up, 1993. ISBN 0-8014-8062-0. 4464. Jimenez San Cristobal, Ana Isabel, 2012, Iacchus in Plutarch in the Religious and Philosophical Discourse of Late Antiquity, edited by Fernando Lautaro Roig Lanzalotta and Israel Muounce Galat, Brill, ISBN 9789004234741. Jimenez San Cristobal, Ana Isabel 2013, The Sophoclean Dionysos in Redefining Dionysius, editors, Alberto Bernabe. Miguel Herrero de Jagui, Ana Isabel Jimenez San Cristobal, Raquel Martin Hernandez, Walter de Gruita. ISBN 978-3. 11-030091-8. Kerenyi, Carl 1967, Eleusi, Archetypal Image of Mother and Daughter, Princeton University Press, 1991. ISBN 9780691019154. Kerenyi, Carl 1976, Dionysos, Archetypal Image of Indestructible Life, Princeton University Press, 1996. ISBN 9780691029153. Linforth, Ivan M., The Arts of Orpheus, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1941. Online version at Hathai Trust. Lloyd-Jones, Hugh, Sophocles, Fragments, edited and translated by Hugh Lloyd-Jones, Loeb Classical Library No. 483. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1996. ISBN 978-0-674-99532-1. Online version at Harvard University Press. Kern, Otto. Orphicorum Fragmenta, Berlin, 1922. Internet Archive. L. Lucretius, De Rerum Natura, William Eller E. Leonard. E. P. Dutton. 1916. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Markovic, Miroslav, Studies in Greco-Roman Religions and Gnosticism, Brill, 1988. ISBN 9789004086241. March, Jenny, Cassell's Dictionary of Classical Mythology, Cassell & Co., 2001. ISBN 0-304-35788-X. Internet Archive. McDonough, Sean M. 1999, YHWH at Patmos, Revelation 1:4 in its Hellenistic and early Jewish setting, Wissenschaftlich. Unter such Ungens im Neuen Testament 2. Rehe, Volume 107, Tübingen, Germany, Morsebeck, ISBN 978-3-16-147055-4. ISSN 0340-9570. Meisner, Duane, Orphic Tradition and the Birth of the Gods, Oxford University Press, 2018. ISBN 978-0-190-66352-0. Google Books. Nork, Johann August, Tragicorum Graecorum Fragmenta, Leipzig, Tno, 1989. Internet Archive. Nilsson, Martin, P. Early Orphism and Kindred Religions Movements, The Harvard Theological Review, Volume 28, No. 3. July, 1935, pp. 181230. JSTOR 1508326. Nonus, Dionysiaca, translated by Rouse, W.H.D., iBooks I-15. Loeb Classical Library No. 344, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited 1940. Internet Archive. Nonus, Dionysiaca, translated by Rouse, W.H.D., 3 books Xvik Slate. Loeb Classical Library No. 346, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited 1940. Internet Archive. Ogden, Daniel, Dran, Dragon Myth and Serpent Cult in the Greek and Roman Worlds, Oxford University Press, 2013. ISBN 978-0-19-955732-5. Orphic Hymns, printed as The Mystic Hymns of Orpheus, Thomas Taylor, trans, Bertram Doble, London, 1894, and as The Orphic Hymns, Apostolos Enathanasakis and Benjamin M. Wolkoff, trans, Johns Hopkins University Press, Baltimore, 2013. Ovid, Metamorphoses, Brooksmore, Boston, Cornhill Publishing Company 1922. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Parker, Robert, 2002, Early Orphism in the Greek World, edited by Anton Powell, Routledge, 2002. ISBN 978-1-134. 69864-6. Parker, Robert, 2005, Polytheism and Society at Athens, OUP Oxford, 2005. ISBN 9780191534522. Pausanias Description of Greece with an English translation by W.H.S. Jones, lit.d, and H.A. Ormerod, M.A. In 4 volumes. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited 1918. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Sarah Peterson, An Account of the Dionysiac Presence in Indian Art and Culture. Academia.edu, 2016. Pickard Cambridge, Arthur, The Theatre of Dionysius at Athens, 1946. Plutarch, Moralia, Volume V, Isis and Osiris. The E at Delphi. The Oracles at Delphi no longer given in verse. The Obsolescence of Oracles. Translated by Frank Cole Babbitt. Loeb Classical Library No. 306. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press, 1936. ISBN 978-0-674-99337-2. Online version at Harvard University Press. Porphyry, in Select Works of Porphyry, Thomas Taylor, trans, J. Moyes, London, 1823, and at tertullian.org. Powell, Barry B., Classical Myth, 5th edition, 2007. Pseudo-Plutarch, De Fluviis, in Plutarch's Morals, Volume V, edited and translated by William Watson Goodwin, Boston. Little, Brown and Company, 1874. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Ridgway, William, Origin of Tragedy, 1910. Kessinger Publishing, June, 2003. ISBN 0-7661-6221-4. Ridgway, William, The Dramas and Dramatic Dances of Non-European Races in special reference to the origin of Greek tragedy, with an appendix on the origin of Greek comedy, 1915. Ryu, Xavier, Dionysusism and Comedy, Roman and Littlefield Publishers, 1999. ISBN 0-8476-9442-9. Rose, Herbert Jennings, Iacchus in the Oxford Classical Dictionary, 2nd edition, Hammond, NGL and Howard. Hayes Scullard, Editors, Oxford University Press, 1992. ISBN 0-19-869117-3. Rutherford, Ian, 2016, Greco-Egyptian Interactions, Literature, Translation, and Culture, 500, BC AD 300, Oxford. University Press, 2016. ISBN 9780191630118. Rutherford, William G., 1896, Scholia Aristophanica, London, Macmillan and Company and New York, 1896. Internet. Archive ** Seaford, Richard. Dionysos, Routledge, 2006. ISBN 0-415-32488-2. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Servius, Sir A. Grammatici Kieferunter in Virgilii Carmina Commentra 2, Volume I, edited by Georgius Thilo and Hermanus Hazen, Bibliotheca Tpneriana, Leipzig, Tpno, 1881. Internet Archive. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Smith, R. Hellenistic Sculpture, A Handbook, Thames and Hudson, 1991, ISBN 0500202494. Smith, William, Dictionary of Greek and Roman Biography and Mythology, London, 1873. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Smith, Herbert Weir, Aeschylus, with an English translation by Herbert Weir Smith, Volume 2, London, Heinemann, 1926. Internet Archive. Sommerstein, Alan H., Aeschylus, Fragments. Edited and translated by Alan H. Sommerstein. Loeb Classical Library No. 505 Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 2009. ISBN 978-0-674-99629-8. Online version at Harvard University Press. Sophocles, The Antigone of Sophocles, edited with introduction and notes by Sir Richard Jebb, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 1891. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Strabo, Geography, translated by Horace Leonard Jones, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London. William Heinemann, Limited. 1924. Book 614, at the Perseus Digital Library. Sutton, Dana F., Ancient Comedy, Twain Publishers, August 1993. ISBN 0-8057-0957-6. Tripp, Edward, Crowell's Handbook of Classical Mythology, Thomas Y. Crowell Co., 1st edition, June 1970. ISBN 0690226008-X. Versnell, H.S. Some remarks suggested by an unpublished Lecky, those in the Villa Giulia, Talenta 4, 1972. 2338. PDF. Gianluca Viola, 2022, Il Dionysiaco nel pensiero contemporaneo. The Nietzsche Carmelo Bean, Mucci Editor, ISBN 9788870009583. West, M.L. 1983, The Orphic Poems, Clarendon Press. ISBN 978-0-19-814854-8. Further reading, edit. Dorosiewski, F., Carlo XD. eds. 2021. Dionysius and Politics. Constructing Authority in the Greco-Roman World. Abingdon, Routledge. The volume contains contributions by C. Ilakerenii, J.M. Palera, R. Seaford, R. Stoneman et al. Livy, History of Rome, Book 3913, Description of Band Bacchanalia in Rome and Italy. Detienne, Marcel, Dionysos at Large, Tr. By Arthur Goldhammer, Harvard University Press, 1989. ISBN 0-674. 20773-4. Originally in French as Dionysos à ciel ouvert, 1986. Albert Henriks, Between City and Country, Cultic Dimensions of Dionysius in Athens and Attica, April 1. 1990. Department of Classics, UCB. Cabinet of the Muses, Rosenmeyer Festschrift. Paper Festschrift 18. Sarah Peterson, An Account of the Dionysiac Presence in Indian Art and Culture. Academia, 2016. Fraser, James The Golden Bough. Kern, O Dionysos, 2, in Pauli's Real Encyclopédie der klassischen Altertumswissenschaft, tr. Into English. Walter F. Otto Dionysius, Myth and Cult. Redefining Dionysos, a large collaborative academic study on Dionysius and his worship in antiquity. Richard Seaford, Routledge Dionysos. Henk Versnell Heys Dionysius, 1 Dionysius. A Polytheistic Perspective and Examination of Greek Religion. And Dionysos himself. External links, edit. Media related to Dionysos at Wikimedia Commons. The dictionary definition of Dionysius at Wiktionary. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Thea Project, Dionysos Myths from Original Sources, Cult, Classical Art. The Warburg Institute Iconographic Database, CA 2000 Images of Bacchus. Archived 15 May 2012 at the Wayback Machine. Iconographic Themes in Art, Bacchus Dionysos. Treatise on the Bacchic Mysteries. Ancient Texts on Dionysius, from Tyesias, the Ancient Mediterranean Religions Source Database. Categories: Dionysus, agricultural gods, alcohol gods, arts gods, autumn deities, cattle deities. Children of Zeus, chthonic beings, consorts of Aphrodite, Dacian gods, deeds of Hera. Deeds of Hermes, deities in the Iliad, deities of wine and beer, fertility gods, Greek gods. Greek underworld, history of wine, LGBTQ themes in Greek mythology, life, death, rebirth gods. Metamorphoses, characters, music and singing gods, mythological rapists, mythology of Heracles. Phoenician characters in Greek mythology, shapeshifters in Greek mythology, 12 Olympians. Underworld gods. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF.